Okay, I'm gonna cut into the countdown here because we just got raided while in an ad break. We are literally in an ad break. Welcome in, Princess Thea, and raiding party of 4. We are in an ad break, so give me just a minute and a half to get out of the ad break, and I will greet you properly. Didn't get the ad break. Yeah, that's sort of why I cut in, because I sort of figured that was the case. And the rest of the stream is still in the ad break for another minute. Break? I see no ads here. Fair enough. What I generally try to do is being like, be right back or starting soon when the ad breaks are going so that nobody misses anything. But regardless, Princess Thea and 4 Raiders, welcome in. I am very glad to see you. Give me just a moment. Okay, 20 seconds. Yes. Take care of yourself, Thea, please. We are very big on the self-care here. Have a good time, as good a time you can at a funeral, I suppose. But thank you for dropping in. Self-care. I will be lurking. Have fun. You too. As much as you can at a funeral. I appreciate you. Nox, thank you for picking up your daily pedal. Thank you, Selena, for picking up your daily pedal, and Lavos for picking up your daily pedal. And a hydrate. 1 second. Done. Okay. I found Mythos Hydrate. Yes, it is there. One of the things I was just checking was to see if everything else was working. So give me just a hot second. Sorry, I've been having a hard time being awake when you're streaming lately. You know what? That's heckin' understandable. Like, I've been asleep a lot when you've been streaming because we have very different hours. 30-minute timer with a 231-point redeem. Which one are you referring to? 1 second. Words? 231 is the hydrate. Okay. Does it have a 30-minute timer on it? Yes. Okay, it was just because spamming hydrate and blowing my bladder up. That was the entire reasoning behind that, Selena. Yeah. Maybe 15 minutes? I mean, I could adjust that. Okay, the good news is I'm going to turn Blep back on. I'm going to turn Feed the Tiger back on. Tail Wag, Head Pat. Those are all getting turned on. Capture the Cat's getting turned back on. But the Cult of the Lamb ones need to be turned off for this stream because this isn't a Cult of the Drink. But making you drink so much is the desire. Self-care is good, but we're also making sure to have, like, enough time in between. Now, I could be talked into lowering it to, like, 15 minutes. You can talk me into that, Selena. Aw, you know my weak spot. That is my weak spot. Okay, I'll reduce it down to 15 minutes, but only because you asked nicely. You might have to hit refresh. I re-enabled everything that needed to be re-enabled, so all of the ones that interact with my model have been turned back on. Okay. Those ones, I only turned them off for the Cult of the Damned stream on Friday, and then forgot to turn them on on Tuesday, and that was my oops. Yay, more hydrates. Yes, at least once every 15 minutes. I don't really see an issue with that. Okay, there's a trap there. Ooh, tail wag! I do love that one. Fish. I love a fish. Thank you for the fish, Selena. Okay. So, sorry, my mouth's still full of fish. Anyway. Last time, in Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, we're in the middle of Act 4, trying to get to Act 5. This is a 5-act game. We are raiding this crazy tower, and we knocked on a door, and the storyteller popped out. And then Twitch went down. So I was forced to raid out on a very sudden basis. Now I will have you in the background while exploding aliens. Oh, you must be playing XCOM. Very good. Ooh, hey Nexu! Welcome in, thank you for picking up your daily pedal. Welcome in. Thank you, Klaus. Yes. I knew there was a strong possibility since I re-enabled that one, and I knew you were here that you would find that. Yeah, that one's only meant to be turned off on Fridays because, and the only reason for that is because on Fridays, some of the programs that are used to make this, taps on the class, happen, don't work with Cult of the Lamb, so turn them off on Fridays. I took a pick because it wasn't in the list in the usual spot. Yeah. So part of me wants to kind of trim down the number of sound redeems because there are a lot of sound redeems. And I keep wanting to add more. And it's beginning to get to be a bit of a mess, but I haven't eliminated anything yet. I haven't eliminated anything yet. It's just, there's a lot down there. There's a lot. So I've been trying to think of ways to sort of make it neater because, you know, I'm a little OCD like that, you know? All right. Hey, Ruchele, we were picking all the traps apart. Hey, more notes.
I'm trusting you.
Oop, another trap. This tower is very heavily trapped, but I can sort of see why. Ooh, I'm out of the drawer.
I've finished here. Is there more?
This. Within the pedestal, a faint purple glow emanates from the crystal-shaped hole. Its edges are chipped and cracked, suggesting whatever it contained before has been forcibly removed.
I will follow my dream.
This tower has been clearly raided. Lethal conductor. Dagger, 7 to 15. Interesting.
I can do this.
The magic has left this once powerful magical seal that protected the premises from the presence of demons. You're in the middle of hell. Oh. Rest. We can rest here. Oh, very nice.
Each step is a new journey. I'm glad I was useful to you. I
All right.
enjoy our travels.
Mr. Storyteller. I found a page that might interest you. Okay. Well, as I recall, we need to go and check out the Nexus because there was something about these weird-ass crystals we've been finding. We need to get back to the Nexus, I recall. We were going to do that last time, but again, Twitch was having issues. It was disconnecting. And I know it wasn't my connection because, you know, YouTube was fine. By the way, say hello, YouTube chat. We know you're out there. We acknowledge your presence. I have been tweaking the schedule a bit, mostly because I was kind of burning out last week, and I trimmed things down a little bit. Like, I'm not doing Wednesday because I've got too many other things going on Wednesday. That's actually something, Lavos, you commented to me at one point. It's like, when are you going to do that? Well, I did it. Good. Yeah. Yeah, I did take Wednesday off the schedule. I really want to find another time to do FF14. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I'll do FF14 instead of Wayback Machine. But also, like, I kind of want to do a series of just the Dragon Age games. Oh, big news I've totally forgot to tell you. Yes, I'm listening. Lily will have a laptop soon. Oh, very nice. Does this mean we'll be able to hang out at some point? Because I would not be amiss to some Wayback Machine streams just playing City of Heroes again.
All according to plan.
But that's just a matter of, like, scheduling with everybody. It was an effort of me, Hayami. I held Hayami by her laptop, and she is mailing the old one at Lily, and it's actually stronger than mine. Oh, very cool.
Ahead.
The storyteller's compass emits a low rumble and quivers like an impatient hound that has caught the scent of prey. Oh. This is now a dungeon. This is interesting because this is our rest area. There shouldn't be a dungeon in our rest area. Okay, Arushale is going to be our lockpicker, and we've got 2 ranged and 4 melee. Do I have a backup archer by any chance? I have so melee heavy. That's the reason I pitched in. I didn't have to think Hayami would have been fine either way. Understandable. The storyteller's compass buzzes, periodically emitting a grinding screech and shaking so hard you can barely hold it. The crystals are near.
As it should be.
Camouflaged tunnel. I'm expecting enemies because it made me, like, pick a team to go in here. Come on. You're gonna ambush me. I can feel it. Dinosaur bones, magic essence, and an unknown belt. The vaunted champion. +6 bonus on Fortitude and +1 to AC against evil creatures and effects. Interesting. That could be very useful. Nahindrian Crystal.
Enemy approaching!
Those are super valuable.
Let's try this.
And it made the whole chamber angry.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Everything is mad at me. That's it? Expecting more of an ambush. Like a bunch of demons
Every
popping out
time.
trying to take it from me.
Our victory is certain.
Nope, nope. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's more what I was expecting.
All according to plan.
On the one hand, I see why it made me take a team in here. On the other hand, not as powerful I was expecting for finding an actual Nahindrian crystal.
I'll go ahead.
Okay, we're back in our little rest zone because we don't have the team with us anymore. Take the team. We want to go up to the upper level. Okay. It was kind of a three ways benefit because now Lily will have a computer allowing her to play COH and other stuff and possibly resume our D&D eventually. But we'll probably change the weekday for that due to Mina. We'll need to have a discussion about scheduling because everything in my schedule got blown up last week. Because, let's just say some things happened to my schedule last week. Alright, now I have to remember how to get up to the third deck. Lily has work on Wednesdays and Saturdays now, so we'll... yeah. We're just gonna have to talk about schedule.
As it should be.
Because I have a whole bunch of things going on Wednesdays. Currently, I have streams scheduled Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And TransXP TTRPG is recording on Sundays and Mondays.
That is not fun.
Yeah, it's very normal that everybody's schedules have sort of changed. So, finding a day is going to be difficult, to say the least. Lucianir is a demon city. Go back to your own planes, outsiders. Believe me, I'd love to.
All according to plan.
We'll worry about that later, because Lily won't have the laptop up and running with all the stuff installed right away. Well, that's normal for any new machine.
I'll go ahead.
Jojo the Cold, thank you for picking up your daily pedal. Hello, Zozozozos. Welcome in. Yeah, we haven't done Pathfinder for actually a couple of weeks now, because we've had a lot of stuff going on. And there's been some collabs. We haven't really done this in a while. Last I checked, last time we played this was 2 weeks ago. It was time to play this again. I'm kind of going in an every 2 weeks kind of cycle. Like, there's a Mass Effect week, and then a Pathfinder week, you know? And it's Pathfinder week. Okay. There's the stairs up. Elevator up. Alright, where's our friend? Over here. I found the crystal. What do you see? The storyteller takes the crystal and his face becomes twisted with evil rage, and a screeching cry bursts from his lips. A bloody stain spreads across your chest, and the storyteller's visions once again burst into your mind, just as they did when you brought him the stone chisel. Lost. The Hindrian crystal, storyteller's compass. My wings take me higher and higher, stirring storms, but even they cannot disperse the ball of darkness hanging in front of me. Stupid little maggot, you think you can fly as high as me? My cheeky opponent does not answer, and the wound under my heart continues to gush streams of blood, tainting the feathers of the black bolt and dripping into the waters of the Ishihar. There is something wrong with this wound. My strength is dwindling too quickly. This is no mean... This means there is no time to waste. I grab her, scrunch up, and cut her with my claws, and throw her to the very bottom of the abyss. Quickly changing the direction of my flight, I rush forward and hit the center of the dark cloud. Well, where are you? My chest is thrust forward, ready to take any blow, and my claws are digging through the air, but she is not here. She deceived me. The dark cloud was a fake. Where are you? Her triumphant laughter echoes over the black ocean. So insulting, so insolent, and impetuous. Someone catch that laughter. Choke it. Succeeded at a will save. Interesting. Your mind is confused, adrenaline pounding in your veins. By sheer force of will, you manage to overcome this madness and concentrate on the storyteller's screeching voice. Who are you? You know me? I am the demon lord Elinthia, Lady of Harpies, sweet-voiced mistress, and seductive peril. My wings can embrace a mountain, and all the abyss shall know my name. Elinthia. Elinithia. Elinithia. So, one of the things that we've learned is that the islands where the succubus queen makes her home in hell are made from the corpses of dead demon lords. So the demon lord Elenithia clearly was a demon lord that doesn't exist anymore. So maybe is one of these corpses? Who are you fighting? That pathetic upstart Nocticula. Okay, yeah, that tracks. She attacked me without warning and wounded me, and now she's hiding in the shadows, thinking she can get away from me. Your pathetic leathery wings can't compare with mine. What are you fighting for? For power, for might, for superiority, for the right to fly over these endless waters, for the right to seduce the unlucky ones of our choosing. One of us will perish, and the other will rise up and get everything the loser owns, and I will be the one to triumph. No. I don't think you were. I think you lost this fight. How will your fight end? She will win, overpower me, weaken my spirit, and my body will drop into the waters of the Ishiar. Yeah. The elf's voice becomes lower and lower, becoming denser and stronger, like the stone has decided to talk. From now on, I am blood. I set and thicken. I grow firmer, stronger. I crystallize. I gain edges. Power lies dormant in me, and I lie dormant in the dark. Succeeded a will check. A dark, heavy stone slab seems to fall on your back, but this is not enough to break you. Stubbornly straightening your neck, you continue to listen to the storyteller's monotonous voice. Are you the island of Elenithia, the one Elutionira is built on? Yes, my body became stone, my flesh turned to firmament. The power hidden in it made it expand and swell. I am the island and everything hidden within it. Ah, yes. Okay. I love that everything is D&D coded. Oh, absolutely. Remember, this is Pathfinder 1st Edition. Pathfinder 1st Edition was D&D 3.5. So, everything is D&D, but different. Gayer. More queer. And of course, Pathfinder 2nd Edition did a lot of things to improve on the system and get rid of a lot of the bad things in the bloat. Of course, there are some people who are very attached to 1st Edition. That's perfectly valid. Some people really like the fact that it's really crunchy. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna yuck your young. If you're into it, great. I just prefer 2nd Edition. All good. Lore check. Religion. I thought the souls of demon lords went to the Rift of Repose after death. Yes, but not me. The one I used to be, she was supposed to go to a secret place, but someone stopped her, locked her in this body. She didn't want those who fell at her hand to return. She found a way to lock their power in their remains, and the power is still there. Interesting. This is how Nocticula slays for competition. Slays the fellow demon lords. She clearly has a system for this. 2nd edition was also made with full expectation that Wizard of the Coast would change the OGL. Yeah. And they did. Or tried to. Turned out, good idea. Yeah. And that is why, come 2nd edition, they're aggressively taking anything that uses names or anything that's specific to Dungeons and Dragons and changing the name. Because, you know, they needed to make it D&D but legally distinct. Paizo had to do that for legal reasons. And honestly, I think they did a really good job. Now you have access to the console version. Understandable. That's valid. Yeah, they had to for legal reasons. And honestly, I really liked 2nd edition. I just wish Owlcat Games could do start doing Pathfinder paths in 2nd edition as video games, but probably not gonna happen. Sad. What will happen to you next? You will take me out. Your hands will take me out of the cavern. This is where the road to the past, the one open to me, ends. It leads to this very moment, but I see something else. A future, a possible future. Droplets of spittle fly from the old elf's mouth, his speech becoming furious and garbled, his flesh trembling with tension. Ah, it hurts! The crystal is so huge. She is implanting it, sewing it into living flesh. My flesh, it oozes with power, soaking my flesh and blood, flowing in my veins. I am rage, I am agony, I am violence made flesh. Who are you, and whom do you serve? I am a humble demon whose old name doesn't matter. From now on, she will call me Horned Horror. I am Lady Hepsmira. Lady Hepsmira will lead me into battle. Who is implanting the crystal into you? Mutosophin, the cunning one with the snake eyes, who got away from us earlier. Interesting. One of the fosterlings of the upstart Arilu. My mistress Hepsmira ordered him to do it. Interesting. So, Mutosophin is going to be a problem. Interesting. Listen to the storyteller's voice, try to understand why it's trembling. You feel a thirst for blood, the heat that pulses through the warrior before the imminent fight, the pride swelling within the demon that is speaking through the storyteller, the power that he yearns to feel as soon as possible, the duty he intends to embrace with honor. What fight awaits you? We are going to fight Nocticula, that winged upstart has been troubling our Lord Baphomet for too long a time. Time to remove her from the board. Interesting. We just learned some really valuable information right there. That Baphomet is going to move against Nocticula. Now, on the one hand, that's one demon lord fighting another, but on the other, that could be really valuable information in the right hands. In D&D, in turn, is heavily... D&D, I believe, is the reason why RPG such has the layout and the common tropes that most games have nowadays, and D&D is heavily inspired by Tolkien. Yes, heavily inspired. And honestly, there's an old saying about media in general, and that no new ideas exist. Now, I would argue that's not totally true. But there are a lot of ideas locked up in things like IP rights and capitalism. And that's why Paizo had to just clean the slate. Anything that could be legally tied back to Dungeons and Dragons, they had to change the name or change it enough to be legally distinct enough. And honestly, I really like what they created. Particularly in how much less corporate Golarion is. Much less sanitized Golarion feels. Because Wizards of the Coast have a problem with being under corporate rule in that they're very heavily sanitizing things. According to brain scans, one of the things the brain does the most while being creative is remembering stuff. Interesting. How do you expect to defeat Nocticula in her dominion? We have followers in Elutionera. They will strike from the inside, cripple her, drain her blood. And then our armory will bring down all its might given to us by the miraculous crystals, and Nocticula and her pathetic servants will fall. Ah. Interesting. Enough, storyteller. The storyteller's vision fades, and with it the terrible heat in your chest. What a horrible vision. I am completely exhausted. I never expected to touch the memories of a fallen demon lord who never found peace in the Rift of Repose. I shared a vision with you again. Like when you brought the stone chisel to me in Canabras? Strange. Could it be these two objects are connected to each other or to you? So, the crystals are demon blood. Yes, hardened blood in which the spiritual power of the perished demon is sealed. In this case, the power of Elenithia, who was killed in battle and locked in her own remains in this unusual way. So the city is built on her corpse. Yes, this we knew. In a manner of speaking, yes. After the spiritual power of Elenithia did not go to the Rift of Repose, Nocticula began to transform her dead body, forcing it to expand and assume a more solid, static form. I can only guess what a nightmare this imprisonment was for her spiritual essence. How can the stone grant powers? I suppose that it happens as a result of some merging process, after which the unspent power of the Demon Lord literally flows into the body of the one who uses the stone. I have a brilliant idea. The stone knife you showed me in Canabras, do you still have it? Can I examine it again? Given the stone knife. No question. This knife is made from a Nahindrian crystal. No, not made. The stone is hardened blood of a demon lord, and considering you found it in the square in devastated Canopus, the blood certainly belongs to Discari and was shed in battle. Which is interesting because most demon lords, you can't just hit them with a weapon and make them bleed. But we did, because we were using a crossbow that somebody else gave us, specifically enchanted to do so. Interesting. Let's see what you have to sell. Get rice. I'll certainly take some healing potions. Those are always useful to have. Okay. And the good news is, even though we can't get home that way, he will still be there when we get back to town. Is that you, Luna? Form a hell of a boss? I don't know what this is about. Thank you for the follow.
H20_King33 Thai.
My name is not Luna, so you actually talk to. Ooh! And they beat you to the hydrate there, Celine. Done.
That is not far.
Alright. So we found the answer to the question. The question now is, do we actually want to give it to them? And I think that might be a chance we have to take to get out of here. Mortal, you should kneel in my presence. Eat my ass. Always stay hydrated, my queen. It'll do.
In due time.
My name is not Luna. I'm not sure who that was addressed to. Okay, going over to the Harem of Ardent Dreams. So, this could be very interesting, but I think it might be worth it to trade this secret to try and get our objective accomplished. Although that's going to certainly come with a certain level of danger itself. Because now we know that Baphomet is going to move on Nocticula. It is using the crystals to do so. This is valuable information, and I'm hoping we can trade it to get what we want.
All according to plan.
I have completed your task. Speak if you have, because use your mind instead of flapping your lips. Use your mind. I know that you have done everything to win Shamira's favor, but my heart tells me that helping her would lead to evil. Forget everything I've told you. We'll find another way to complete our mission. It is wrong to fight evil by increasing the power of another evil. Reject the promises of the Ardent Dream and we'll leave this place before we betray ourselves and our ideals. We need to make a trade. And also, I don't serve your inheritor. I am not lawful. I am chaotic good. I am not a lawful good character. Inheritor, I understand that you are very much the lawful good type, but, well, I'm feeling particularly chaotic today. Will this cause problems later? Absolutely. But we need to make some kind of a deal to get what we want. It's kind of the Baldur's Gate 3 thing. It's like, are you going to make it, are you going to treat with an actual devil to get what you want? It's like, where will you compromise your principles to save the world? And that seems to be what a lot of these games are about. And it's like, this is the point where it's like, I am making a choice. I'm going to sacrifice my principles here on the altar of getting what we need. It's the same with like BG3. You think to yourself, Nahindrian crystals are the blood of fallen demon lords whose bodies became the Midnight Isles. Baphomet servants mine them like minerals. Chimera, after a moment of prodding, makes a loud announcement. You have handled my secret task fairly well, though I was expecting you to do it with more skill. Take your reward and leave. My interest in you is at an end. I have no further need of you. And a demon comes up and hands us something. And then fucks off. A demon appears beside you as if from thin air. Actually, he really does appear from thin air. He holds a neatly wrapped package tied with a cord red as Shamira's hair. You hear whispers from the crowd of demons. Beneath the hushed praise, you hear burning envy that consumes them. Any one of them would give up everything to stand in the place of this Golarion upstart who performed a service for Shamira and won her favor. Items received, Slaver's Fury. It's a hand axe. Magic item, kind of shit. Okay, whatever. Now, hopefully, that gets us what we want.
You are most curious, mortal.
The music changed. Nocticula herself. We have an actual demon lord talking to us in our head. You hear in your head a female voice, melodious, low, and sensual. You are rather intriguing yourself.
There's a reason they call me Nocticula, the Lady in Shadow. My words and thoughts are shrouded in darkness.
Take it I finally have your attention?
Yes, your arrival in Alashanira was quite impressive. Rumors have reached me even here, behind my locked gates and my wall of valiant guards. Rumors of a remarkable Golarion taking my Alashanira by storm.
I'm asking for an audience.
You have my permission to enter the palace. Go there and wait. I will arrive when the time is right. Until then, you will be taken care of by one of my servants.
Well, that's not ominous at all. And that's our objective. Our major objective is to get an audience with Nocticula. So, we made the sacrifice. Probably come back to haunt us later. It got us what we needed. I'm pretty sure Hand of the Inheritor is going to be pissy, but, Alright, we're gonna need to get back up to the upper deck. Don't forget Ember. Oh yeah, I remember. Because Ember wanted an audience. That's why I went back to the Nexus.
As it should be.
Need to change the party out. The other person we need to bring with us on this is actually Rushale. Because there's dialogue that only happens if you have a Rushale with you when you go to see Nocticula. Here. Naga warned me about the danger that closed portals pose. Before we move on, we need to take care of that. I'm not well versed in such matters, but perhaps we could set a trap for the demons near dormant gates in case they attempt to activate those portals again. What is our next step? The Lady in Shadow addressed you and invited you to her palace for an audience. My advice to anyone else is to run as fast as you can, for all that awaits you there is death or the corruption of your spirit. But now we have no choice. So go there, meet this fiend face to face, and try to glean something of Hepzimira's whereabouts. Alright. You will face great challenges in that cursed place. Stay strong and remember that the fate of Golarion depends on you. Alright. We're getting closer to the end of the act. But there's, as usual, going to be a big dungeon at the end of the act. Alright. Who are we going to take on this? We're definitely going to take a Rushale. We need to bring Ember. I'm a little worried that this might turn into the dungeon immediately. I guess this is a dungeon. Okay. I haven't taken Ember out in a while, and I might need to check what her spells are. I need to set her up as a proper healer. Alright. Not too bad. What's your spell book say? Cure serious wounds. Raise dead. Very good. Proper heal. Cure wounds mass. Cure serious wounds mass. Okay. Actually, doesn't look too bad. Wish we could get a teleport point on the third deck, but it just doesn't seem to be in the cards.
That is not far.
I'm pretty sure Nocticula is going to be pissy about the fact that we wrecked the slave markets, but, well... We're Nazada. Putting the chaos in chaotic good. Now, question is, and I want all of chat to pitch in on this one, there's going to be a choice coming up. Do we want to stay in Azada? Because there's going to be new options. I'm looking at you, Lavos. So, I need you to not be on the front lines, healer. Two archers in the back. Actually, it's 3 archers.
I'll go ahead.
Because technically our bard, while able to use a rapier, also has a bow equipped. I've already seen all the options, so I defer the choice to others. Well, technically so have I.
As it should be.
The rest of chat who has not seen those options. Wow. Ooh. What do we have here? Where this cloak has no enemies or allies around in a 10-foot area, they get a 3+3 bonus to damage rolls on ranged attacks. +2 bonus on saving throws. I feel like that has some serious LAN energy to it. Here, girly. Let's upgrade your cloak. +3 ring of protection. Cool, cool.
In due time. All according to plan.
House of Silken Shadows. The lair of the Demon Lord Nocticula herself.
I'll go ahead.
We are literally walking into the lion's den.
As it should be.
So many things to look at here. Filled with succubi, because of course. Now this is the lair of the
That is not far.
Demon Lord of Succubi herself. Guard. In fact, when I did my demon playthrough, this was her room. This is, if you are playing a demon, this is your room. Right here. That's why there's a big chest here. It's your party chest. Midnight Bolt? Nice. Draft of an unfinished letter. Wait, hang on. Hang on. What? Well, thank you for the selection of materials that arrived along with the letter. Unfortunately, I'm unable to procure the simplest specialized studies at present, since Golarion's libraries are out of my reach. Oddly enough, it's currently easier for me to receive the necessary articles by contacting like-minded individuals from a different plane of reality. In our last letter, we went over the matter of resurrecting those who stepped into the murky waters of the River of Souls. Evidence shows that those who have appeared before Pharasma's judgment and learned of their fate in the afterlife do not answer calls from the world of the living. They cannot be revived by any means, but is that really true? Do you think it would be possible to revive such a person, at least in theory? On another topic, there are known cases of ascension, or acquiring divine form through powers that no one to this day has taken the time to study thoroughly. There are a plethora of examples in Golarion's history, such as Eridan, who led humankind to civilization, and Iomade, who followed her former mentor into the... And that's the end of the letter. Oh, damn. I only saw Nicticula's bedroom when I was playing the Trickster. A letter in small handwriting. May glory be showered on your head. Your interest in the creation of demi-planes is understandable. Any individual who has reached a certain level of power seeks for themselves a safe haven, a peaceful place to study and rest. Remember that a demi-plane is but a shard of one of the true planes that typically remain under the watchful eye of powers that be. As such, I do hope that you haven't incurred the wrath of any of the powers that hold sway over the fringe you've subjugated. As for the stabilization, alas, there isn't much you can do once the fragmentation and consolidation have been completed. Nonetheless, I have no doubt that you've given enough consideration to such important matters and ensure that your creation will be safe for you and your servants, unless you are preparing an elaborate trap. Your fellow colleague, Varakt Khan. Don't know. This is a reference I don't know, but demi-planes, that I do recognize. There is a projector here. These are like the type we saw in Arila's lab. As you know, my dear addressee, given the scope of the planes, time is a relative concept, and in the abyss, it can be even more unreliable. Therefore, I do not allow myself the vain hope that my message will reach you in time. Okay. Is that it? What's the message? Your final question was about the possibility of complete awakening of the memories of a mortal life within a soul that has already passed through Pharasma's judgment. I will send you the research on all of the cases of which I am aware where such an awakening took place. So Pharasma decides where you go after you die. Do you go to hell? Do you go to heaven? Whatever. That's the role of Pharasma. Despite the fact that this list is quite extensive, my conclusion is that all such recorded cases are the rarest of exceptions to the rule, and within the absolute majority of souls, an occurrence such as this cannot happen. Both the wonder and the tragedy of mortality lie in the fact that there is a certain moment after which the process is final and irreversible. The essence that departs the judgment of the Lady of Graves is no longer what it was in life, and we as scientists must account for this in the system of knowledge we are constructing. Interesting. And that's the end of the message. What the heck?
Can't hide from me.
Lexicon of Paradox, Part 2. Heat of the Last Threshold. Many mortal researchers have ventured into their scientific curiosity to the phenomena that is the world rune, noting that it appears to have a life of its own. Strange natural phenomena, spontaneously arising ruptures, unique vegetation, living creatures found neither on Golarion nor in the Abyss, everything in constant flux, appearing and disappearing at unpredictable intervals. Through this movement and alteration, if not through its order, one can detect the logical functioning of organs of a living being. The truth is that, indeed, the world wound possesses a semblance of life. Its very structure presupposes connection to a living soul. This line of reasoning sometimes leads me to unscientific implications. Namely, if the creation is, in essence, a reflection of its creator, then can we say the world wound is a reflection of my soul? The world wound was created and then improved, and at the same time, a being of duality was cobbled together from the essence of the Abyss and the essence of a mortal soul. Normally, this process requires... We found the first part of this in Arilu's lab. We know for a fact that Arilu was a human magic user who bound herself with some essence of the Abyss and turned herself into a demon. This is clearly the second part of the lexicon that we've found before. Interesting. The question is, what is Arilu's shit doing here in the Palace of Nocticula? Anything else of interest? Oh yeah, quite a lot. I'm gonna loot everything.
I finished here.
Because
Is
I'm
there
being
more?
a little loot goblin. More random crap. More random crap. Spell scrolls, give me your answer true. Statue of the succubus lord herself. Cool. Well, nobody's attacked us yet, so I'm gonna take that as a good sign. It's a library of the accomplishments of Nocticula.
In due time.
Anything else of interest here? Not seeing much. Whoa.
Greetings.
Speaking of the devil, and she appears.
Greetings, Commander.
Hi, Suture. Fancy seeing you here. I have a lot of questions for you.
You are looking for answers. That's good. That is why I am here. I have much to tell you. You have walked a long path, one where shadows constantly flicker at the edge of your vision, and questions multiply like flies above carrion. It is time for answers. At least, some of them.
A stately shadow comes towards you. In its hands, a small mirror sparkles and shimmers with an unsettling light. She lifts her mirror, and you fall into its cold, shimmering depths.
Day 16, Aridus 4715. Experiment, transformation. Subject, let's skip that.
That's us.
Objective, to embed the essence of a
That's
Nahindrian
us.
crystal in the soul of the subject. Expected result. The essence will coalesce with the subject's soul, which will ready itself for total transformation, triggering the concomitant powers. The time has come to put my plan into action.
So this is what happened to us. And we woke up.
You are my creation. Your power was my gift. Now you know.
That answers a great many things. And the Inheritor's gonna be fucking mad. Why did you need to do all this? Let's say I believe you. Why did you need to do all this?
You are asking the right questions, but the time has not yet come.
Ah, such special memories. Remember the laboratory, do you? I told you back then. Go on, look around. See all the ones Lady Aurelia worked on. Here with us is definitely the place for you.
Because we were another one she worked on. You little shit. The unseen angel does not speak, but his silence seems to thunder in your ears. Yeah. I'm sure the Hand of Aomade is fucking pissed. Because this essentially means we're not the Hand of Aomade. We're the Hand of Nocticula. To be fair, I never said from the beginning that I was actually the Hand of Aomade. Other people said that. I constantly denied it. And now he learns the truth.
Your power is of the same kind as that of Nulkineth, Jeribeth, and the other demons that you have met. The power of the Nahindrian crystal dissolved into the blood lies within your soul. I have already hinted at this to you once before, when I left the essence along with the lexicon of paradox in my old laboratory, and ordered the suture to make sure the gift found its way into your hands. But there is more. Do you remember when you were taken to Canobris with a wound that would not heal? Do you remember how Terendelev apparently healed you? That was merely an illusion. The dragon was only able to temporarily dull the pain. In fact, it was I who saved you, when I came to you in the caves and implanted a crystal within you. No, saved is not the right word. Your wound is still not healed. That is why your wound weeps blood from time to time, every drop of which burns your enemies.
This is true. Ow! As if to confirm her words, blood begins to seep from the wound on your chest. Eerie flames seem to dance within the crimson drops.
This is pure essence of Nahindrian crystal. My invention is far superior to the crystals used by Xanther, which were barely refined at all. It will give you new strength, and help you to overcome the wound that still slumbers within your soul. Take it. Take it, and you will see that this is the very power that has lived in you since the Battle of Canobris.
Not much of a threat. Look at me. Before you know it, I'll be a decrepit heap of flesh just like so. But I still managed to keep living somehow.
I will not refuse this power, but I will decide how to use it. As I've been doing from the beginning. Boom! You touch the essence, and the power, so familiar and clear, flows through you like a river. The power that courses through you is so immense the wound on your chest closes up as if it had never existed.
Now you know. You truly know.
Enough! Enough of this madness! I was blind. O Lady of Heaven, how blind I was. I saw holiness in the half-fiend's creation. All your valiant deeds, your resistance in the face of temptation, it was all a deception? Curse the Abyss, and curse Alushanira, where even the most faithful lose their way, and lie, and commit treason! I must save those who can be saved, and break free from the kingdom of darkness!
The angel's voice fades, and you can no longer sense his presence. He has disappeared. Yeah, he fucked off.
We still have something to discuss.
You followed me.
Like a witch in a fairy tale, I watched over you from birth. From before that, even. And I kept detailed notes. You were chosen and prepared for a special destiny. I am pleased to see that you still wear them. I enchanted them specially to protect you from danger. I'm glad you found my gift useful.
I mean, it's probably one of the best pairs of bracers I've found so far on my journey. I did kind of wonder where they came from.
Aside from this, I helped you, even when you were unaware of my presence. I saved you and your unfortunate companions when you fell into the crevice in Canabras.
Yeah. Sela. Yeah, she's here with me now.
In the Grey Garrison, it was I who distracted Minago to allow you to approach the Wardstone. And in Dresden,
remember that.
I appeared under the guise of Yaniel to guide you toward the Sword of Valor.
I remember that.
And I also left you a present in my old laboratory, and told the Suture to see that you received it. I knew that sooner or later you would find your way there. That place exerts a powerful pull.
As it turns out, you helped me thwart plans for your masters, Baphomet and Descari.
They are not my masters. They are a resource.
Why was the whole ploy with the lab necessary? You were ready to sacrifice your servant, the Suture, for it?
You always have to sacrifice something. I wanted you to go to the laboratory to see with your own eyes what I had been doing and what I am capable of, so it would be easier for you to accept the truth. The laboratory is the place where I prepared your ascent. And the Suture was the only one who I could trust to execute my plan and explain everything. After all, he too once experienced rebirth at my hands. And that is why I was willing to risk his life.
She also... Somebody else that experienced rebirth at your hands is yourself. You remade yourself there. Lavos. Peach shortbread ice cream. Nice. Did you bring enough to share? It's his favorite spell. I cast Tiki. Hello! All you know is trickery and deceit. How can I trust you?
Honesty is a luxury we cannot often afford. I don't expect you to understand this now, but at least try to remember it for the future.
So you figured out how to use crystals to imbue living beings with power.
Not just any creatures. Demons. And half-demons. The soul must have a stable connection with the Abyss in order for it to receive the power of the crystal. Experiments involving tieflings and mongrels failed because the voice of the Abyss was not strong enough within them.
But I'm not a demon.
I wasn't a demon either when I started. But there are always ways to circumvent, or even to override the laws of the universe. I changed myself by knitting my soul together with the essence of the abyss. And I changed you. Do you remember the fits of rage that began shortly after Discari's attack on Canabras? This is how the second half of your soul manifested itself. Not yet fully aware. Not yet awakened. It's a pity you did not choose to let your demonic nature take hold. The result would have been most impressive.
He doesn't say that if you actually follow the demon path, because, you know, there you actually did let it take hold. Different. That's clearly because we went to Zada instead.
Oh, those arrogant crusaders, those knights with their eyes ablaze, those pious priests. They have installed at the head of their magnificent army a scion of the abyss, the creation of the architect of the world wound, whom they so revile.
It's strange to see you here in Nocticula's palace. Who do you really serve? Discari? Baphomet?
Both, and neither. I have served both Discari and Baphomet, and not merely as the lowest in the pecking order. But I do not think you'll be surprised when I tell you that to me, both of these mighty lords are merely convenient temporary sources of power. And their time is almost at an end. But the Lady in Shadow is different. She is the preeminent ruler. Soon you will understand this for yourself.
Gotcha. She works for Nocticula. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Alright, Twitch wants to run an ad break. Be right back in 3 minutes. Sorry about the delay. I did some self-care. Okay. Picking up where we left off. Yeah. Self-care is a big thing on this channel. And it's been something that I've had to do a lot more of lately. So a lot of stuff has been going on. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Arilu. My power is different from that of Jarabeth, Nilkaneth, and other demons.
Yes, because I taught Xanther and the other servants of Baphomet and Discari the earliest version of this transformation ritual. I spent decades perfecting it until I obtained the power that I gave to you. Power in its most purified form, cleansed of the filth and chaos inherent within the original blood of the demon lords.
Really?
Your power is as pure as thrice distilled water, but it resonates with other powerful sources of supernatural power, such as the Sword of Valor. And your power can change. You must have realized this already. You have shaped my gift into a form that you yourself have chosen.
Yes. The Azata. Which means we're not a real Azata, but we formed this sort of raw, nebulous power into that of one. Which makes us almost indistinguishable from the real thing. What is this wound in my soul? How dangerous is it?
It was my mistake. My failure. I failed to... The tale is too long to recount here. Your wound is a reflection of the world wound, in a way. It is very dangerous, even if you do not yet realize it. It is not a disease, but rather an abscess, which will one day burst and kill you. It cannot fully be healed until the world wound is healed.
Bingo. That's what we needed. To get rid of the wound on our chest, we have to get rid of the world wound.
No doubt you have felt this affliction on several occasions. It awakens when you use your power. It makes you sense more strongly what mortals call the corruption of the abyss. Until the world wound is healed, you will have no peace.
Which means you're now backing us into a corner. We have to do something about the world wound, or it will kill us. Tell me about the Nahindrian crystals. Start from the beginning.
Nahindrian crystals are formed from the solidified blood of demon lords. Their properties are not well known, even among the inhabitants of the Abyss. And there are reasons for this. Acquiring the blood of a dead demon lord is very difficult. After a demon lord dies, their body is instantly absorbed into the Rift of Repose. Only the Lady in Shadow knows how to kill them in a way that allows her to preserve the bodies of her fellow lords and transform them into a solid state. That means that Nahindrian crystals cannot be obtained anywhere other than the Midnight Isles.
Exactly.
Or rather, it was impossible until recently, when I managed to experimentally obtain a crystal from the blood of a still living lord. You saw the result. A dagger made from Discari's freshly shed blood, which I left for you in Canabris.
The purple stone dagger, we still carry it.
As regards the use of the crystals, that is a discussion that would take time. A very long time. Someday I will finish my groundbreaking treatise on the transformation of Nahindrian crystals, although it is unlikely I will ever publish it. You are seeking answers, trying to understand the crux of the matter. That is good. I want to help you close the world wound.
Ah. The Demon Lord herself appears. Aurelia's words are cut off by a quiet laugh. Sitting on the throne that was empty just a moment ago was none other than Nocticula, ruler of Elutioneer in the Midnight Isles, a powerful demon lord, the one they call Our Lady in Shadow. Her red lips curl into an ironic smile. Her large eyes observe you with keen interest.
You were about to say, we are going to close the world wound, weren't you, Aurilu? I see no reason to continue deceiving this mortal. Now, I am convinced that she is quite worthy of serving me. I will even reward her with a modicum of knowledge about the events in which she is about to take part.
Interesting.
Greetings to you, Our Lady in Shadow.
It's nice to see that even surrounded by mortals, you haven't forgotten who your mistress is, Arushale. You may rise.
I didn't mean to. I don't know why I did it.
You are still somewhat under her power. Tell you that right now. I don't even need to guess. I already know. God, I have so many conversation options here. I can flirt with the Demon Lord of Succuba. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's not do that. I can mouth off to her. That's great. I like that. Yeah, hi. Just so we understand each other, I'm not gonna grovel on my knees before you.
Have I told you to bow down? Trust me, if I need you to do something, I won't leave you guessing. You will know my desires immediately, and you will know just as swiftly why fulfilling those desires is in your best interest. I have had my eye on you for a very long time. You see, it was at my behest that Lady Vorlesh imbued you with such incredible powers. But I was curious to see your worth as an individual, not as Lady Vorlesh's creation. Thus, I decided to postpone our meeting and see how you'd fare in Alashanira, and whether or not you could win respect and power among those not so easily impressed by outstanding magical abilities. Well, you've passed my test adequately by proving that your character and your will are stronger than the Nehindrian powers Lady Vorlesh has vested in you.
Interesting.
You are wise, my lady. However, only those who have never known or forgotten what it is like to be mortal can so easily dismiss the importance of power. To be someone whose life is fragile and can be cut short at any moment, like a candle snuffed out by a gust of wind.
It is a shame your angel has left you, mortal. I would have liked to talk to him. I don't expect I will get another chance, as that celestial buffoon's days are numbered.
That's interesting. Okay, hang on. I need to parse this. She could see him, which means she does not have ill intent. Fascinating. What is your game, Nocticula? Why do you think the Hand of the Inheritor is going to die?
Because he charged off all alone into the vastness of the abyss. An old friend awaits him there, the Echo of Discari. And the Echo has been anticipating this meeting for a long time.
The Hand of the Inheritor told me his magic deceived the eyes of all evil spawn of the Abyss. But not you!
Perhaps you don't know everything about me yet, mortal. Perhaps you made the same mistake as many before you, and many who were more insightful and more powerful than you, by presuming to know what to expect from the Lady in Shadow.
No. No, I think I know exactly what to expect now. This has given me an interesting insight into your intent. Fascinating. Why does the Echo of Discari prey upon the hand of the Inheritor?
Envy, humiliation, ego. The usual playthings of little boys from all planes and realities. The Echo suffered more than one defeat. First at Eridan's hand, then under the onslaught of the forces of heaven. Those routes taught him to attack his enemies by stealth, boldly and often, killing and crippling anyone close to the light-bringing goddess. Now, it seems, he has decided the time has come. The Herald of Iomade himself is in the Abyss alone, without a retinue of lesser angels.
Nexu, shouldn't she be able to see him because it's her realm? I mean, that does make sense. But the other thing is, Hand of the Inheritor told us specifically that his spell shields him from the eyes of those who have ill intent. He told us that specifically. Can't it, ¿por qué no los dos? It could be both. It's like, it's a Venn diagram. Both things could be true. Oh no, I left a 12-pack of Monster out here in the open. I hope no one comes in and takes it, lol. Well, as long as Luna's list isn't here looking for her list, you should be okay. If she is here looking for her list, well, let's just say, let's hope she's sticking to her no monster streak. And again, the mention of Eridan. Ooh! I'm in a jar. I'm in a jar. Get Jojo. Well, I think I understand enough there.
He's an interesting little bird, that angel. Before he became the Herald of Iomade, he served Regathiel, the General of Vengeance. I've always found the fate of that Imperial Lord to be quite fascinating. Did you know that the father of the Upper Plains' top military leader was a devil from hell? Regathiel had to achieve many feats to redeem his unholy legacy in the eyes of the other Imperial Lords. But he did. A remarkable tale, is it not?
Once again, this theme of angels falling and demons ascending. This is very clearly one of the themes of this particular narrative. My Lady Nocticula, do you have eyes on heaven, I wonder? To conquer or to join, I wonder. Guess I'm not the only one who likes Jarred Tiger. Close enough, I was hoping you fell for it. I mean, I am a trans girl, but it's like, Monster is not one of my addictions. Now, if you put out ice cream, oof. I do love ice cream. And fish. You've already seen that I love fish.
Of course, not all your actions in my realm have been commendable. By destroying the flesh markets, you've harmed my city and impoverished my realm.
I will never accept something as vile as the slave trade.
You've just arrived in my realm, and you're already trying to dictate your own rules? As I recall, when demons attempted something similar on Golarion, armies were raised, and mortals fought to the death to stop it. I can scarcely believe it myself, but I will be gracious and show you mercy. I am a hospitable ruler.
Two girls, both having dicks the size of the moon. Your conversation is interrupted by a concerned-looking succubus who silently approaches Nocticula and then begins fervently whispering in her ear. Nocticula's expression turns hard and cold. As Nocticula ponders the new development, the messenger makes eyes at you playfully. You recognize those green eyes, except they were awash in pain last time you saw them. Their owner bleeding out in the caverns of the Nexus. The succubus smiles slyly and gives you a wink. Yeah, you weren't actually injured.
Another island, another loss. Enough! I warned them that I would not stand for the desolation of my realm. They have not heeded me, and they will regret it. Go to your sisters and tell them to prepare. But I digress. Let us continue.
I suspect that's the Baphomet's invasion angle.
I have
She already
prepared a
knows.
beautiful intrigue that will topple many of your enemies and seal the world wound forever, ending the threat to Golarion. And you have the chance to become part of that intrigue.
Oh no, the tiger is out. And run away. That's not a bad thing. Well, hopefully not together. Oh, I have so many interesting conversation options here. I wish to inform you of treason. That's so. Who is it you've decided to inform on? And more importantly, how did you learn of these traitors? And how credible are the accusations? A friend of mine, the storyteller, appeared in the future. In his vision, Hepzibah was sending demons after you. The demons were strengthened by Nahindrian crystals. You're a font of knowledge, my dear guest. Let's just say I'm not surprised by her appetites, the ambitions of that brat, or her lecherous goat of a sire. Were bound to surface sooner or later, but your warning will encourage me to keep a closer eye on her. You could have gone to Hepzibah with this and received payment for your silence. Your foresight will not go unrewarded. Received item, secret ingredient. There's so many options here. The helmsman of the bone ship in Illusioneer is poured as a manifestation of Nahindri. He is looking for Nahindri's greatest treasure, whatever that is. I've had my eye on that ship for a while now, and you've joined his hunt for no reason other than to tell me about it, I'm sure. She chuckles. Still, you've made the right choice. Keep working for that parody of Nahindri. I'm sure I'll find you when your search nears its conclusion. Interesting. Okay. Shamira is researching Nahindrian crystals in secret. She might be planning to overthrow you. How nice of you to warn me. I'm impressed. I do wonder, however, do you really think I was unaware of this, or do you want to merely demonstrate your loyalty? Either way, I appreciate you telling me. I'll take this as proof that I can rely on you. It is unfortunate that while you did uncover her devious scheme, you still gave her knowledge she sought. It would have been wiser to keep her in the dark. I'll have to keep a closer eye on her from now on. Then again, it's all so trivial. Interesting. The machinations of the Abyss bore her. Perhaps she has her sights set on something higher? Mining the hindering crystals is a surefire way to sink the island the crystals are on to the bottom of the Ishiar. I assume you understand why all who attempted to procure them on Illusioneer were executed. At least you didn't tell Shamira about the mines you found. That's the last thing I need, is the ardent dream burrowing under my capital. Why do you tolerate her? Someone has to deal with trivial matters. Shamira's betrayal was assured the moment I made her my favorite, just as Zinfaran's before her. Yeah, met him. The second always has dreams of rising to be the first. I know the feeling as well. I killed Willidus, your court mage. I'm aware of this, of course. It is lamentable in a way, since his fear of me was strong enough to make him impeccably loyal. However, his death is but a single move in a much larger game. In games like this, losing a few pawns is unavoidable. Are Baphomet and Discari your allies? The Goat and the Locust? The allies is too strong a word for our relationship. Our connection was forged by circumstance, not out of a desire to deal with each other. When the world wound opened, it tied your world to our realms. I did not join my armies with theirs, but I was forced into making peace with them so as not to get bogged down in a tiring, distracting war. If I had the opportunity, I would have met them on my terms and expanded my territories at their expense. Unfortunately, this is not currently possible. By the way, one of them came to me with an offer of an atrocious alliance that involved conceiving little ones together. Oh, gross. I'm still contemplating the specifics of my refusal. It needs to be clear and unambiguous. Her ensuing laughter is deep and almost musical. Almost enchanting. Oh, I don't even want to know if it was Baphomet or Discari. I really don't want to know. What is your relationship with Aurilu? She works for me, isn't it obvious? Lady Vorlesh is very talented. She may be the most brilliant and capable mind ever to come from your plane. And the guile she used to betray one demon lord after another impressed me so much that I offered her a position as my advisor on Masters of Magic. Fair. Naturally, the esteemed Lord Goat and Lord Locust don't know a thing about the betrayal of their faithful lackey, Vorlesh. I plan to keep it a secret for a while longer. Fair enough. Betrayal is too strong a word. I opened the path to Golarion for those two, and I told them how to extract power from the hindering crystals. That will suffice. How did Aurilu become your servant? When the World Wound was first opened, it only led to Discari's realm. But then there was another more powerful breach. The wound expanded, and its path now crossed through my realm, and Baphomet's as well. Before long, all sorts of interlopers had heard about the power contained within the crystals here, and the Midnight Isles were soon overrun with agents from my new neighbors. They flouted my embargo, burrowing greedily into my rocks, stealing my crystals. The main culprit was one Aurilu Vorlesh. She was the one who discovered the energies of the hindering crystals. I had captured her and was about to carry out an agonizing execution. Hold on, folks, we're back. Hold up again, folks, and we're back. Hold on. It's the stream going down? What does this mean? What mean? Twitch keeps crashing. YouTube hasn't dropped. This only happens when I'm streaming Pathfinder. I'm getting no dropped frames. CPU is barely getting used. I'm rendering 60 FPS. On my end, OBS is saying it's been up for 2+ hours now. No disconnects. This only happens when I stream Pathfinder. Yeah, because YouTube is still up. Interesting. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, I have no latency on the ISP side. Everything's working great on this end. Like, it's lagging out and then stopping, and sometimes I gotta refresh the page to get it to come back, because it won't do so automatically. Interesting. Twitch, you son of a pistol. Yeah, I don't know why this was happening the last time I streamed Pathfinder 2. But it's only when I'm streaming Pathfinder. Yeah, it's probably just Twitch. Yeah. I swear, I have not disconnected. It is still going. Anyway, it's working for now. All right, let me know if it goes down again. Yeah, everything looks golden on my end. 0 dropped frames. CPU usage is under 1%. 60 FPS. Stream has been up stable for 2 hours, 5 minutes so far, according to my end. The 0 dropped frames is the part that baffles you. Oh. The last time this happened, here's one thing that got dropped. The last time this happened, I went back and I checked the YouTube VOD afterward. Or, not the YouTube VOD, the Twitch VOD, and everything was perfectly stable. Thank you, Lavos. Dropped the head fat. Dropped like a bomb. Thank you. Do you remember that elven archmage you used to serve 1,000 years ago? He's still alive. We know each other. Right? He was well past his youth even back then. Just now, how old is he? Can mortals even live that long? Well, apart from your immortal Aslanti? By the way, the Aslanti's dead. Say hello to him on the behalf of Our Lady in Shadow and tell him that the one who replaced him disappointed me immensely with his incompetence. No matter how hard he tried, he could never live up to my magnificent help. Fair. Yeah, the immortal Aslanti died. He did finally die. Wasn't long ago either, I don't think. If I have my timeline correct for Golarion, it was no more than, what, 100 years ago? That the immortal Aslanti died? Anyway. Now we're just getting into the weeds of Golarion lore. You know, you managed to surprise me. A rare occurrence for someone who knows just about everything. She bats her eyelashes. She sends you a piercing gaze, and one that feels like it's delving into the corners of your soul. Doesn't it bother you that Aurelu serves another master? I'm not prone to jealousy. Let the Skari think Lady Vorlash serves still. His bug brain seems incapable of sensing betrayal. As for Baphomet, he, like any talented liar, is most vulnerable when he's trying to deceive someone else. He was so pleased to have fooled Discari that he became blind to treachery that happened right under his snout. In truth, Lady Vorlesh's loyalty is mine alone. Loyalty is for fools. Shared interest. That is what rational minds rely on. That and fear. No one in their right mind would oppose the Lady in Shadow. My companion, Ember, would like to speak to you. Ember, that's her then? Very well.
So
Approach.
that's her then?
Oh,
Well,
it's voiced.
approach. I have heard you bleating your pathetic prayers at me. You have some nerve addressing me with such nonsense. Did you think I would simply repent? Renounce my status as a demon lord? Do you have any idea what I had to do to acquire it? Wait, what is this?
Ember's crying. She pressed her maimed hands against her heart and she stares up at her. Why have you brought this simpleton here? This is a Lucianera, not an Erosian. We don't give alms here.
I can't stand these noises. Do you think you're the first to try to move me with a display of tears? It only makes me angry. If you wish to speak, then wipe your nose and speak clearly.
I know what you had to do. To others and to yourself. I'm so sorry. So sorry. If only I could ease your pain somehow. Calm your sorrows.
He believes that deep down everyone is good, even creatures that are evil by nature.
I don't know what nature is and don't care a whit about cosmic good and evil. They are but labels thought up by philosophers. I know what power is. Pleasure. Desire. All this childish babble merely amuses me. Nothing more.
Nexu, yeah, sure, Nocticula. She's loyal to you alone. The leopards wouldn't eat my face. Exactly. Exactly, Nexu.
So, where were we? My pain? My sorrows? What nonsense are you talking? Don't tell me you pity me.
I'm so sorry. You're the most miserable soul I've ever seen. I've seen people burned alive. People being devoured by monsters. People burying their children. They were in pain. So much pain. But I've never seen anyone in as much pain as you.
What is this saccharine drivel? What do you even know of me, Nat?
I've seen your city. You were the one who built it. It is the way you wanted it to be. It holds all of your dreams, all of your heart, and everyone in this city is suffering. Everywhere, all the time, every minute. All who live here are hurting and scared. If these are its citizens, how miserable must its ruler feel?
And this is what you brought her to me for. You think this infantile sniveling is worthy of my attention?
I admit, I really don't know what to say here. Honestly? None of these really work. None of these really work. I don't like any of these options. I think I'm gonna go with the good option on this one. I've seen the truth of her wisdom more than once. Perhaps it would benefit you to listen to her as well.
As if I hadn't seen enough sanctimonious bores in my life. So, what do you suggest I do, preacher? Beg the good gods' forgiveness? Devote myself to serving a sword-swinging upstart, perchance? Or that old crone, the moon?
Oh, that's a reference to me being a Desden.
No. Gods can't help anyone. They're just like us mortals. Silly, frightened, clueless. You're almost goddess yourself. You know better than anyone that no one can save you. No one except you.
Save me? From what exactly?
From yourself. From what you've done to yourself. From the city you've imprisoned yourself in. Listen! You are a queen, but you're the queen of pain and filth. Your realm is a realm of your own suffering. You're almost a goddess. You can do anything you want. So why won't you make yourself happy? You could become the Redeemer Queen.
And there it is. This is a tale of redemption. But not for the player character. A tale of redemption for the succubus queen. There is an event which often goes unremarked in the history of Golarion. There have been a number of times in which demon lords and devils rise to become angels. One is happening now. This, more than anything else going on in this game, affects the course of Golarion. This little girl talking about the Redeemer Queen to Nocticula herself. Setting a demon lord on a path towards becoming a goddess. Laugh all you want, bitch.
Oh, the Redeemer Queen. That's new. Never in all my years have I heard anything like that. Well, child, enough joking. Get out of my sight. Or I'm afraid I might decide to keep you here forever. As my fool.
Do you think she took my words to heart?
Who knows?
Suppose you're right. We'll see what happens.
I told you to get out! I don't want to hear your squeaky voice again!
History is in the making here. Moving on. I want to know more about you. Recounting my whole life story would take longer than your brief mortal life allows. The list of demon lords I've slain is endless in its own, as is the numbers of islands under my rule, and that's just the past. There's also the future. How did you become a demon lord? Bear in mind that I've always been unique ever since I was born. I was the first succubus of the abyss, the perfect specimen of my race. I had been enjoying my youth, sharing it with a brother and a lover, until the hungry gaze of the demon lord Nahindri fell on me. That greedy tyrant saw me as a jewel to be adorned to his treasure hoard. He tried to abduct me. I knew I had no chance of defeating a demon lord, but in that moment I was not thinking at all. I was fighting for my freedom. And when it was all over, Nahindri was dead. I eviscerated him. For many days afterwards, blood spewed from his open carcass. First his body turned to stone, then his blood, which had been flowing like a stream, began to crystallize into massive purple glaciers. Now you see why they are called the Nahindrian crystals. Perhaps they should be called Nocticulan crystals. Because as Nahindri's blood crystallized, so too did my understanding of my power. Soon after I began my campaign of conquest, I was cunning and swift, and the demon lords themselves trembled before me, knowing I could take their very lives. Only when all of the Abyss spoke my name with terror and reverence did I decide that I had killed enough. I had a realm, I had power I no longer shared with my brother, I had servants, and most importantly, I had safety. No one ever repeated old Nahindra's mistakes. No one has tried to make me their slave. What will you do next? Subdue all the Abyss? Possibly. Or maybe I have something grander in mind. The Abyss? Who cares about the Abyss? Ember was right. I have no more questions. Always nice to indulge one's curiosity. Did Arilu really create me? She certainly had a hand in their present state of existence. Lady Vorlesh designed the world wound, a magical phenomenon of unfathomable power. To seal it, a key is required. Just as strong and unique. Simply put, we required a champion, and she chose you. Both your powers and the wound on your chest were a result of her experiments, when she infused your soul with the essence of the Abyss. Of course, you remember none of that. Everything was done in secret. Even the power granted to you was purified to the extent that it was possible so that you would not guess its source ahead of time. In trial after trial, I watched your will be tempered. And when the time came, we started filling you with the energies of Nahindrian crystals. These energies are necessary for the task at hand. Everything that's happened to you was part of my intrigue. I was going to summon you to reveal the truth when the time was right. Instead, you followed your queen's orders and arrived here early. One can only hope you are prepared to accept the truth. Everything has its price, says Vorlesh. Your wound was, in essence, the flip side of all my experiments. There was a reason why we required a true champion, not merely a living tool that we could fling into the flames of the world wound and close it like any lesser rift. I think you should know that. Don't be too hasty. We've burdened her with enough revelations for now. Give her time to become accustomed to the truth herself. And then you can share all the details. What are you offering? I'm offering you a chance to become my weapon. Your enemies are a thorn in my side as well as yours. What's more, I have never schemed against Golarion, nor have my warriors taken part in the conquest of your plane. At least not at my behest. There is no cause for enmity between us. Why would you want to close the wound? When the world wound opened, I was pleased. My realm was now connected to another plane. I wanted to make it a crossroads of worlds, a place where demons, devils, and angels could meet. The wound was a convenient path along which I could advance my ideas. But the Midnight Isles were not the only realm to be linked to Golarion through the wound. Descari and Baphomet now also had a way from their realms into my plane. And yours. Their servants flooded my islands and spread out across them like a plague of locusts, killing guests who were under my protection, questioning my rule. They were driven by their lust to conquer and enslave, whether on Golarion or in another abyssal realm. I was forced to shift my focus and express my discontent. Eventually, atop the bones of our servants, we reached an accord. I would let their armies pass, and they would comply with my wishes while on my islands. Of course, the accord is a polite fiction. Both the Descarites and the Baphomets are attempting to amass power and influence in Elutionera to overthrow me. When they think I'm not watching, they break my taboos and reveal their own impudence. Worst of all, Lady Vorlesh told them about the Nahindrian crystals. They realized what kind of power the crystals hold, and now they are determined to mine every last deposit of them hidden within my islands. And once an island loses its crystals, it becomes nothing but flotsam, slowly sinking into the dark waters of the Ishiar. With every island lost, my power is diminished. I could start a war to kill the plunderers, but a major conflict would hinder some of those other plans. So instead, I will teach my neighbors a lesson by orchestrating their ignominious defeat at the hands of a mortal. How do you plan to close the world wound? It's a complicated magical process. You will receive precise instructions once you've captured the Threshold Fortress on Golarion. There, at the exact spot where Lady Vorlesh opened the world wound, you will be able to close it. But first, you'll have to crush the Guardians of the Threshold. Their forces are growing by the day. Hepzibah, Baphomet's daughter, is mining a large number of Nahindrian crystals right in my realm. These crystals are her secret weapon. No army on Golarion can stand up to them. You must stop Hepzibah. If you do not, your world will fall and my plans will suffer significant harm. Well, you're in luck. That's our goal here. At one time, I disclosed the secret of transformation to two servants of Baphomet and Discard, Zenthirvang and Metasaphan. It was a well-calculated gambit, which bought us time and assured both Descari and Baphomet of my loyalty. Metasaphan is Hepsamira's favorite. He oversees the transformation of her army. Hepsamira is currently on another island far from here. The route to that place is plagued by pirates, monsters, tempests, and other more terrifying dangers. Have you heard of the living bowls of frozen time that swallow airships? And when the ships reach port, their crews discover they've been gone for 100 years? That is not the strangest occurrence you could encounter on your journey. I'm willing to provide you with a decent ship and an experienced crew. If you kill Hepsamira, it will stop her sinking any more of my islands. But without giving Baphomet cause to declare war on me. So I'm a pawn in your scheme. My Lich Knight Commander. I've met this girl 2 minutes ago, but if anyone hurts her, that will be the problem of all of Golarion. Then again, I'm not offering you anything new, as you're already enjoying my favorite commander. Your companion is a succubus, and I'm the succubus queen. This demon follows you around only because I allow it. Tell me, Arushale, are you grateful that I'm not forbidding you from traveling with the commander and fighting against your own kind? You are incredibly generous, Our Lady in Shadow. Sela winks at you. So what do you think, Commander? Personally, I'd take my chances rowing to another island from here in a rusty bucket than making deals with the Lady in Shadow. I'll steer. Why is it so important to kill Hepsamira? Discari and Baphomet won't just stand there and watch you close the world wound. They'll send their armies after you, so you'll need an army of your own. And that is something the Crusaders won't have for long. Hepsamira is mining more and more Nihindrian crystals to empower her forces when she attacks Golarion. If you don't stop her, the Crusader resistance will be crushed, and the ranks of the demons pouring through the world wound will simply multiply 100-fold. You were sent here to cut off the demon army supplies of Nihindrian crystals, weren't you? Well, that's exactly what you're going to accomplish. You. Hi. Hi, Vidron. I will consider your offer, Lady in Shadow. And accept it, I'm sure. I respect your caution and won't force you into submission. We all stand to gain if you do my bidding of your own volition. An interesting destiny lies before you, mortal. You will rise to great heights and play part in the events of titanic proportions. Many would give their life for a chance to tread such a path. Hepsamira visits Solutioneer every now and then. Her true lair is far from here. She hides on the island of Kolfir, northwest of my archipelago. There lies her secret fortress. In the deep mines, her slaves dig Nihindrian crystals. For invading my army, she plans to bring to Golarion. I will give you a magnificent airship and experienced crew for you to take there. It will be a long and perilous journey. Take some time to prepare. Yeah, go ahead and lay down, Lavos. We gotta get through a dungeon first. Ivydrawn, how are you? Pretty good. Apparently there's been some issues with Twitch. Twitch has been futzing and being difficult. The problem with Twitch being difficult is that it seems to reset the ad counter, as we're now coming up on another ad break. Self-care posterior. Yes. Listen to Ivydrawn. Go do a self-care, Lavos. If you want, I'll send you a DM when the moment of surprise is at hand. Time to depart from Kolfir. Your guards must watch over my camp in the Nexus and all that reside there. I will send assassins to ensure no harm comes to your entourage. Be grateful for my patronage, mortal. I am ready to hunt down Hepsamira. Arila, you are no longer needed here. As you will, my lady. She vanishes, her eyes pensive and appraising. I hope you are well prepared. Have you brought your strongest companions? On your journey, they will be the only ones you can rely on. You will receive no reinforcements, and you will not see those you leave behind on Alanithia for a very long time. Don't dismiss the importance of preparing for this mission. When you're ready, step into this portal and it will take you to my airship. The captain and crew have already received their instructions, and good luck to you, mortal. An extraordinary adventure awaits you. Okay. We can now go and change out our party. And honestly, we may wish to do so. I would like that, yes, because then I can get up and come see it live. I'll send you a DM. It's basically going to happen at the transition point between Act 4 and Act 5. But we have to do a dungeon first. And it has to do with this. As you can see, we're currently treading on the Azata path. There are other options. They're currently locked. We can't pick them right now. But there will come a point when we're able to pick some of the other ones that we've unlocked from this list. But not right this second. Let's see. What have we got? There we go. Weapon focus mythic. Star knife. New spells. New Azata spells. Interesting. What do we got here? Weapon focused longbow? Cool. I do want to switch out our healer real quick before we go anywhere. Captain Buzz. You missed a very important moment. Probably one of the most important moments in this game. The moment when a little preacher by the name of Ember encouraged the demon lord Nocticula herself to think for a moment of being a goddess called the Redeemer Queen. Captain Buzz should know who that is. At this point in the timeline, Nocticula has not yet ascended to become a goddess. But we witness the first moments of it here in this game. Oh, and it looks like Twitch wants to do an ad. Inku for the fish. Alright. Twitch needs to do an ad break. We will let Twitch have its ad break. Meantime, I'm going to pick a party, and we will head out to do this dungeon. May even do a long rest. Be right back in 3 minutes as we run the ad break. Alright. I have one little thing I want to take care of before we step out into the final dungeon. This is the case in every single dungeon at the end of an act that we've done before. It's one of those dungeons that's going to change everything.
That's not far.
And move us to the next act. Now I want to grab something. I want to switch out Ember for my preferred healer. And I want to grab something from the party chest. Because if I'm not mistaken, our baby, our little girl, our dragon baby, is now big enough to put a saddle on. Because she keeps getting bigger every time our power increases. We're also going to do an inventory dump. Do I have any other bardings?
Oh.
Grabbed the bardings. Any new spell slots? I do. Freaking look at that. Bonus on attack rolls. Looks like my spellbook's all set up. Right. We should probably visit a vendor, too. I have an errand to do, actually. Let's swap Woljif in for a hot second. Because I think we left one thing undone. And we're not going to be able to come back here. So we need to wrap up anything we haven't finished. Because we're not going to be able to come back here.
I'll go ahead.
Anything else? Yeah, okay. Yeah, look how big our baby is. Our little baby dragon. He's getting big. Let's see. Hey, Avu, honey. 12 armor class, 6 armor class. Look at that. Sure enough. She can now use Barding of Elder Beasts. We can now put an actual barding on our baby dragon. She can't use the bracers of armor, though. I'll need to find some different bracers for her. Maybe some gloves while I'm at it. What's this? Bonus to wisdom. Maybe something else better in the head slot.
Ask nicely.
As I recall, the last time we left off at the brothel, the 10,000 Delights, we had changed out the leadership to one that was more amenable to be worked with. But we do not take a rue chalet there because she set out a boundary and we're respecting it. You are greeted by a succubus whose appearance is striking, to say the least. Her flawless skin, her graceful figure, her aristocratic face would be a true beauty if it was not for the terrible scars. Her wings are tattered rags. Nevertheless, she behaves imperiously and with dignity. And those around her treat her with respect. Welcome to the 10,000 Delights. My name is Herax. I am the new madam here. Thank you for getting rid of Shibaro and sending her after her haughty lover, Minago. Anything for sale? We do have a few items that were left behind and forgotten by previous clientele. What we got? +4 AC from touch attacks, -4 penalty on attack rolls. The enemy gets within a 5-foot radius, they must make a saving throw or be frightened for 1 round. Hell yes. I love that. And we got a gold coin, so this is another teleport point. We now have another teleport point. Yay! Just through the ceiling and lands in the chat. Hi! Does this count as raiding the Lost and Found? Well, I don't know. What do you think, HMS Nike? Welcome in. Make sure to follow. Alright. Let's bring our actual party. We still don't have anything in the uppermost reaches, but it's okay. Bold of you to assume I'm not following already. That's fair. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. It's just that Twitch thinks you've never chatted here before. Twitch is like, this is the first time this person has ever chatted. The question is, can I mount up? I think so? There we go. Now we're riding our dragon buddy.
All according to plan.
Our little girl isn't so little anymore. We're a 2-footed dragon riding on a 4-footed dragon. And she's fast.
Focus on the goal.
Everybody else is struggling to keep up. Twitch is correct for once. Yeah, it happens every once in a while. Alright, we're gonna actually go do the dungeon now. You know, as soon as our party catches up to the fact that we're riding a full-size, almost full-size dragon now. He's quick. Our little baby girl. She's almost grown up.
That is not far.
But we've won the favor of the Demon Lord Nocticula. And we're going to do a mission for her. But only because it happens to align with our own goals. We are doing this because it takes out Hepsimira, who has been the source of the Nihindrian crystals empowering the demon army. The route marked on the map connects Olympia with Colfear, with a black line. It is straight and steadfast, just like the commander herself, determined to catch and slay her enemy, Hepsimira, Baphomet's daughter, at all cost. The commander's crew looks impressive and menacing, a gang of hardened sky wolves and experienced aeronauts handpicked by Nocticula. Even the ship itself is a predatory silhouette of a military craft, not to mention the stockpile of supplies and a formidable arsenal. Time passed. 1 day. Day 4, month Frost, year 4716. The voyage is only just underway. The commander and her crew are ready to face the first challenge. Having spotted a lone ship, a flock of harpies rises up from the coastal docks. Armed with hooked talons and carnivorous grins, they rush upward, squawking. Eerie and harmonious, the enchanting songs fill the air. The gazes of some of the sailors go blank as they cast away their lines and walk unsteadily towards the ship's broadside to steer into the void where the sweet-voiced songstress is waiting for them. The commander greets the harpies with a song of her own, a true hymn of freedom, and a praise for tempestuous winds. The harpies react with yearning and awe at the commander's magnificent vocal harmony. Their malicious magic dissipates, but the winged man-eating predators follow the ship for a while, admiring the commander's voice, singing paeans in her honor. We out-harpied the harpies. You thought you were gonna get me under your control? Nah, bitch. Now you sing praises to me. The ultimate flex beat the sirens at their own game. Exactly. Time passed. 3 days. Day 7, month Frost, year 4716. Many cultures consider malice and belligerence to be contagious diseases. In the Abyss, one particular place transmits such quarrels in the air like a noxious miasma. The place is Mara Island. The ship is flying right over it. The discord-sowing whispers fill the thoughts of every crew member. Sailors suddenly begin casting hostile glances at each other, while muted but merciless brawls break out here and there with almost zero provocation. Such is the aura of Mara Island, the heart of malice and disorder, a cauldron of the affliction known as strife. Tension and hostility between the crews seem to grow by the second, and stabbings seem imminent. For no reason at all, a bloody and violent fight breaks out below deck in the blink of an eye and ends just as quickly. The hearts of the victors fill with horror as they gaze at the sight of their comrades' lifeless bodies at their feet. The commander, who was just passing by, barely avoids a pointless death at the hands of a cleaver-brandishing sailor. Had the blade swung a few inches closer, it would have buried itself in her heart. Having reaped her bloody harvest from the ship, Mara mercilessly retreats and releases it from her grasp. Infuriated, the captain of the ship draws a weapon and personally executes the combatants who dared to wound a guest entrusted to him by the Lady of Shadow. With a trembling voice, he assures the commander that the transgression will never be repeated. 2 days pass. Day 9, month Frost, 4716. A hurricane of enormous proportions rages towards the ship, threatening to crush the boat like an eggshell. A whirlwind rips a gaping sailor from the tackle and tears him apart in midair. The winds catch the ship and draw it into the deadly dance. The elemental embrace lasts for hours, days, maybe months. Within the stormy darkness of the chaos and crashing the salty waves, mere moments seem like an eternity. It feels as if the wild winds have subdued even time itself, twisting into a bizarre spiral. The commander can barely make out the dark shape of the island Alir below, offering a chance that the ship might seek refuge there. But what dangers might await if the vessel on land? Would it be smarter to make an valiant attempt to drive through the ship through the raging elements? Stay on course. The abyss is filled with vile creatures that threaten the lives of the courageous aeronauts. Some of them are sentient, others less so. But while attempting to avoid them all, it's easy to forget the mightiest and cruelest monster of it all, the abyss itself. Merciless, destructive, and full of rage. The ship is buffeted from side to side, only ever a moment away from being reduced to dust between two colliding whirlwinds. We don't really have a good option here. Let the captain take the helm, steer through the storm. The captain handpicked for the expedition by Nocticula is eager to prove to the Lady of Shadows that he was the right choice. Staying on the wheel, the Skywolf confidently steers the ship through the hurricane, craftily dodging whirlwinds that crumple the air like the hands of a stone kneader. He directs the ship toward a barely visible spark of light dancing in the gloom. The spark keeps growing until it turns into a hole in the fabric of the hurricane. Battered and beaten, the ship barely breaks free of the storm's iron grip. Many sailors have been torn off the rigging by whirlwinds, and a giant crack gapes the hull. Some particularly damaging gusts have blown away the quarterdeck. Judging by the captain's observations, the hurricane has just blown the ship far to the south of the archipelago. The storm-battered vessel requires urgent repairs, and the stock of provisions and drinking water in the hold was not intended to support such an unpleasantly protracted journey. 4 days pass. The lookout points to a violet glow on the horizon. The source is a series of glaciers which, thanks to the unique optical properties, refract light and produce an amethyst glow that is visible from a great distance. This colossal natural beacon of a giant purple glaciers erupts from the bowels of the islands of Nihindri, home to pirates and slavers. One such horror of an aircraft emerges from the clouds to intercept the commander's ship. Numerous spikes impaling with writhing, flaying bodies decorate the pirate ship. It looks like the sails are made of skins of unfortunate victims. A huge symbol on the sail indicates that the ship belongs to the cultists of Dagon, Shadow Lord of the Sea. Again, we've discussed this before. Dagon is, think Cthulhu. Think Cthulhu cultists. Spirits of Cthulhu, essentially. With bloodthirsty screams, they advance upon the commander's vessel. Try to hide from the pirates among the clouds. Arushila is very good at this. With a risky maneuver, the commander manages to change course and direct the ship into the dense clouds that could safely conceal the ship from the enemy. After spending a couple of hours searching for their hiding prey, the pirates give up and decide to hunt for a less elusive victim. 3 days pass. Cthulhu cultist pirates? Yes, exactly. But he is not amongst the old gods. Those are different. Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing. The old gods still exist. The problem is they're on Earth, not on Golarion. You know, this Earth. I love Pathfinder so much. Fulfir is straight ahead, but the supplies are running short. The crew plans to replenish them from the forbidding item of Vazgalar. Once, Vazgalar was quite an important island, covered in the ruins of the abandoned cities that hid both unimaginable treasures and horrible dangers. But the abyss is ever-changing, so now Vazgalar lies flooded, and the veins of Nihindrian crystals hidden in its depth have been depleted by the hands of Hefsamira's proxies. It sank. Yeah, okay. Yeah, only Cthulhu is on Earth. Exactly, Nexu. Cthulhu's here. And there are like 1 or 2 on Golarion. Yeah. Dagon being one of them. All of the crew can see is a lonely rock that sticks out of the water like a huge fang. On its summit, the crew spots a small complex of tombs, not far from a tiny village by the cliffs. Just several houses that look like pale mushrooms with huge caps and round windows. The residents of the homes are most likely the Gadigal fishermen that live off Ishiar's bounty, and now they must be hiding within, afraid visitors are after their property or supplies. We can engage in piracy and raid the settlement. Let's just send the sailors hunting. We have a good chance on that lore check, because we have Veshka. The sailors return with a catch that is quite meager, but still better than nothing. They manage to hunt down and kill a predatory amphibian while hiding in a grotto. Its meat is tough and it reeks horribly, but it's technically edible. 3 days pass. Kolfir is in sight. However, this is not the end of the expedition. Not for the commander. After all, the journey's end is a safe port where the fortunate survivors may heal from their wounds, quench their thirst, and drink away their loot. Kolfir promises nothing of the sort. It's all grim rocks, gloomy caves, horrible creatures. One such creature notices the ship and takes flight. The beast is an umbral dragon, its scarlet eyes sparkling rapaciously, its jaws opening hungrily, and the airship seems a convenient snack. We try to land as soon as possible. In the darkness among the sharp rocks that pose a mortal threat to any ship, the commander notices a crevice with a relatively flat surface. In an impressive feat of courage and skill, she lands the ship right alongside the crevice. The scaled monster's prodigious size proves a disadvantage in this pursuit, and it cannot squeeze its body inside after the vessel. Screeching in disappointment, it wheels around and departs in search of easier prey. The airship finally makes contact with the stony ground on the island. With obvious relief, the sailors hasten to tie the ship to some stone stalagmites so that the vicious wind does not hurl it back into the air. The night grows silent again, deadly silent. It is unlikely that no one in Kolfir has noticed the arrival of the commander and her crew. The expedition is over, but the tribulations that fate has in store are only beginning. Welcome to the dungeon. I'm looking through the Pathfinder wiki right now. Dagon does not count amongst the great old ones. No. He's amongst the oldest demon lords, but he's not that old. Also, there seems to be some other Lovecraftian gods on Earth, so I was wrong there. Today I learned. We've now passed into a part of the story that any of the missions that I decided we were not going to do just failed. Alright. We got a problem here. Alright, hang on. Let's get our melee front line going.
Begone, fiend!
Rolkais, Nabasus. Brave hero, come to my aid, I beg you. What was that?
All according to plan.
I'm looking through the path. Sailor, 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 sailor. Leh.
Yet another obstacle.
Mount up on our dragon buddy again.
I'll go ahead.
Attack was broken in half. It lies discarded on a pile of stone rubble. Interesting. So we need to find Hepsamira. That's our goal here. Find her and take her out. And then we need to get home. Back to Golarion, and out of...
certain. Let's try this way.
I will resist!
Come on, attack this guy. There we go. Loot, loot.
That is not far.
Where did we come in? We came in here, right? Let's keep to a series of left-hand turns, because I do not know my way through here. If he's not one of the great old ones, he's definitely one of the same ilk. Do you know that?
We will be victorious!
This will hurt. The performance is lacking. You are lacking.
There are a whole bunch of Lovecraftian monsters on Earth, but there are still a few tests to clear. There's supposedly some that are on Golarion as well. Because of course. It may not be some of the old ones, though. I admit, I haven't read into that kind of things that much. Back.
I finished here. Is there more?
I mean, he was in the original Lovecraft mythos, but I think he was added to Pathfinder because they really leaned into, yeah, Cthulhu is real, deal with it. Yeah.
I'll go ahead.
I just knew that Dagon was an old one, maybe not the old ones. Haggard Eagle Watch banner. Must have been taken as a trophy. The holy paladin who carried it probably perished in the mines of Colfear long ago. Interesting.
I'm glad I was useful to you. As it should
That
be.
probably would erase abyssal corruption if we decided to spend the night here. The problem is I don't like the idea of spending too long here.
I
Did
finished
we
here.
find trouble?
Is there
Oh,
more?
hi.
They did.
Earth elementals. That's all there is in this room? I feel like I'm missing something.
I finished here. Is there more? That is not far.
That's boss fight music.
In due time.
Is that a dragon horde? Okay.
I know what to do. All according to plan.
Together we stand.
I am prepared. I'll go ahead.
The world has suffered enough. Meditate on your mistakes.
I'm spreading my guys
Might
out
make you feel better.
I'm trusting you.
because of if it is a dragon, We want to avoid breath weapon attacks by having our guys spread out. No, 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 no. You stay over there. Switch to Sela.
Lead on.
All right. Shit. You hands off my treasure,
Did we
says
step
the
on
dragon.
their toes as well?
All right, let's take a look at you. What's your stats? Chaotic Evil Dragon. Melzmera. Level 33.
This will hurt.
And now, because we're riding Avu, Avu acts on our turn. A lot of missing. Even for a Ruchelet. Let's put this up, then. This is one of the problems with first edition. The whole, everything has an insanely high AC.
Fall!
So you have to stack buffs that buff up your to hit. Oh. Did you just attack land? Oh. Hi. More ads, I see.
Endure this!
Okay, let's move up. Let's focus on taking out some of the little guys. Their ads. Really? Okay.
Unexpected outcome.
Attack of opportunity. Ghost Seal just offs him. Oh, Ghost Seal got hits in and so did Veshka, and between the two of them, the ad just completely just beefs it. Paladin Smite. And he's gonna attack Vesic. Okay. Dragon versus dragon. Alright, Ruchelet, can you take this asshole out?
Yourself.
He's annoying. And I hate him. Thank you, dear. Okay, he's in a down state and I can't attack him.
I will bring down the divine wrath!
Miss, miss, miss. Oh, lovely. Cambion Bard and a Sheer Brute. Interesting. Okay.
Make every strike count!
Groovy. Alright, Vesic, heal thyself.
Yes.
Stila, can you hit this guy? Oh, you exploded him. That works. Can you hit this guy? He explodes. That works. There's a couple of guys down there on the lower level, and they're just sort of being annoying. The dragon is still trying to hit us. Okay, that bard is actually being annoying. I keep trying to fear her every round. She yeah, okay. The dragon is down. Alright. Let's clean up this rot.
Desna, guide my hand.
Well, he's gone. Richelieu's over here like, I'm just gonna take out this guy and one other guy, you know, for the heck of it. Why not? That sheer brute can't do anything because we're on a different level. Alright, can you get into a position to hit any of them?
You
Yes.
crossed the wrong mongrel.
Hello.
A calculated risk.
We will fire down from above. Lay on hand self, please. Thank you. You missed. You missed. You still missed. Hey, Richelieu, can you hit him?
Make your peace.
Yes! Richelieu is like, yes, I can hit him with murder. Do you have a ranged weapon by any chance? That'll do.
Eternal Rose, I call upon you.
There you go. Social finishes him off, and everybody levels.
The goddess
All right.
protects us.
That works for me. Okay. Brilliant. Richelieu, Social, Land, Stila, Veshka herself. That's right, I was putting levels into War Priest. Bloop, bloop, bloop. She has animate dead, I just noticed that. Vesic, our bard. Bard and skill monkey. Skill focused lore religion. That would be lovely, actually. Okay, because he's our skill monkey. New summon. Nice. Cool. Alright, everybody leveled. Let's loot the room.
No mistakes.
Snazzy. Oh, 87,000 gold. 87,000 gold. Yeah, that's what I call a draconic horde.
I'll go ahead.
Then there's these guys. Alright. What's this? An elevator. Probably to another level of the dungeon, but let's sort of clear out this floor of the dungeon first. That's the way we came in, so we're over on the right-hand side. Is there anything we haven't explored here yet?
As it should be.
Already been in here.
That is not far.
The only way forward is this way. Help, I'm in trouble. Who will save me? A great reward for the hero who rescues me.
In due time.
Yep, this is where we started. That's the crew of the ship that got us here. Mox Fowler. Yuck. Omoxes.
I'll go
Okay.
ahead.
What do we got down here? Well, that looks like Nocticula. Wholesome Queen. The thing in front of you bears passing resemblance to Nocticula, but even a blind person could not mistake this creature for the Lady in Shadow. The demon's body is an oozing pile of filth and excrement and exudes a stench that would make the latrines in the poorhouses of Elutionera smell like a flower shop in comparison. Moreover, this creature sounds nothing like Nocticula. Greetings, hero. What are you? Well, you must think that it is Nocticula who stands before you, but I deceived you. I am not her at all, but I'm just as beautiful and powerful. I am the Fulsome Queen, the true mistress of this island. I rule all of its caves, vile cesspools, quicksand pits, and poisoned springs, plagued grades, everything. The Lady of Filth. I can smell your powerfulness from here. Yes, everyone who sees me is impressed by my powerfulness. Since this is your island, do you know what Hepsamira is doing here? I know everything, all the secrets, but first you must serve me, then I will lavish you with favors. Why do you look like Nocticula? I can take on any form, and Nocticula is the most beautiful and perfect creature in all the worlds. That's why I look like her. Why did you summon me here? I need a knight. I am the Fulsome Queen, so I must have knights. This is my island. I've been hurt by everyone. They kicked me out of the big wet cave. They don't respect me at all. Especially that overgrown lizard, the black dragon. She chased me away, mocked me, and then tried to eat me. Dragons are nasty. Be a good knight and kill the dragon. Well, there are nasty dragons in the world, of course, but this stinky thing has no room to talk, Avu says. I agree. I killed the dragon already. You killed her? Did she suffer? A lot? Now I'll take her big stupid bones and throw them into a pit of quicksand because they're mine. And the silly lizard's all mine too, and I'll reward you. These scrolls have powerful spells written on them. I took them from a stupid wizard. I mean, I created them myself. Yes. Since you served me so bravely and faithfully, you must now go and kill Hepsamira. I will reward you with powerfulness and give you true bliss. I was already going to... This is just silly. I mean, he was... Every time a paladin casts lay on hands on their self, I keep hearing a dirty joke. Yep, correct. I was about to joke like, look at this giant pile of 49 coins. Guess I was wrong. Pretty sure a dragon with a hoard worth only 49 coins would either die of advanced embarrassment or have a very, very niche collection. I mean, if they were 49 very rare coins. Now I have a mental image of a dragon obsessing over a collection of comic books and trading cards. I mean, I made a character at one point who is a dragon who is a lesbian who collected girlfriends. That was her hoard. She protected it jealously. I loved that character. You have a deal. I will destroy Hepsamira. Yes, make her suffer. I have to go. I'm not promising to
As
come
it
back and
should
turn this
be.
quest into you, but I will kill Hepsamira. Oh look, some spell scrolls. Cool. Alright. Looks like there's one side passage over here I missed.
The enemy approaching. This should do it.
Auto cast charge. Should probably turn that off now. Doesn't really work when she's actually on Avu's back, does? Okay. On the other hand, it just fails. It doesn't cause any problems. It just fails. What's this? This was another mine for the hindering crystals, and it's long since been exhausted. But the island hasn't sunk yet. Which means there's still some mining going on here somewhere, probably at a deeper level. Mine shaft has smooth walls, and you can detect lingering traces of a transmutation spell. Based on these observations, it's likely that this mine was created through magical means. Down we go. A sapphic dragon with a horde of girlfriends. Yep, that checks out. Exactly. I loved that character. And like I said, she protected her horde. Jealously. But she also, like, took very good care, everything that she could do to take good care of
Enemy
her
approaching.
horde. And everything that that entails. Anything that they needed.
Revive me.
Endure this!
More cultists.
I'll go ahead.
This is looking more like Baphomet's forces, so I'm guessing this is where they're hanging out. Left-hand turn. Or the game can just bug out. I guess
As it
that works
should.
too.
Our victory is certain.
Hello.
Let's try this way.
Fiend Minotaur. Yeah, these are definitely Baphomet forces. And is that... Yeah, that's a statue of Baphomet. Okay. Remains of a... traces of divine power. The demons did not merely sacrifice a person to Baphomet, they tore it to shreds. All that's left of the body is a few scattered bones. Gross!
Ready for anything.
Oh, good. The door finally worked. Hey, look, Dretches. Hi. Eek, who are you? Did Our Lady in Shadow send you to punish us? I knew this would happen. Have mercy. I will spare your life. I don't really need to kill you. Incredible mercy. I swear I won't forget this. I don't care. I'm not actually here to kill... Okay, fine.
Did you see that?
What is going on with this pathing? Okay.
That is not far.
Definitely Baphomet. Okay, yeah, it's me being mounted that is causing that. So let's try a different character. spell scrolls. And a trap.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Okay, some more loot. I like loot.
In due
Loot's good.
time.
Another midnight bolt. We're gonna have to use those at some point, aren't we?
I finished here. Is there more?
You're already loaded up. Here, Vesic. Interesting. All right. I don't know why. I just felt like he could use a flower. It amused me. Minotaur slave.
This will hurt.
Caffeine Guardian. Interesting. Boring. Okay. That's some magical stuff. Cool, cool, cool. Dig faster, you're here to work. The mistress didn't buy you at the flesh market so you could sit around and eat free gruel. Ah, this is what happened to the demons at the flesh markets that were being bought by Hepsamira. Who's there? An intruder? Look, it's fresh meat. Whoever kills her gets a double ration of gruel. Double ration? Hmm. And then the game hangs. Well, Twitch wants to do a ad break. Let's go ad break and see if the game decides to oh, there it goes. As soon as I threaten to go to ad break.
Let's try.
Or they could all just explode. One is running in fear.
You are lacking.
The fun thing about fear effects. Sure, you need to protect against them, but also you can cause them. Good times. I mean, I didn't want to hurt the slaves, but they attacked me. We are going into an ad break. Since we're still in the dungeon, it's like, are you really missing anything? No. I'll be good. Ad break. Having second thoughts about the joke I just made. What joke is that? Scream exploded before I could say that a sapphic dragon with a horde of girlfriends sounded like the textbook definition of lesbian power fantasy. Is that the joke that you were regretting? If so, why are you regretting it? Mistress, save us, we're dying here. That's the plan, actually.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Excellent. Okay, can we free them?
I am prepared.
Can we free them?
I know the way. What a find!
Okay, I think we freed them? Yes, we did. Okay, well, moving on. Oh, this looks unpleasant.
I'll go ahead.
Dead end. Dead end. Dead end. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end.
As it should be.
I know I went through here. Excuse me, I hit the mute just in time. Save from a sneeze. Okay, let's try over here.
That is not far.
Oh, there's a path over here. This looks like something. Cutscene. Mutasifen! The demon Mutasifen silently observes the army's departure with the air of a military leader watching soldiers on parade. When he finally notices you, he barely acknowledges your presence. Ah, it's you. Last time we met, you ran away in a hurry. This time you don't seem to be in any rush to disappear. Last time we met, you were a hindrance to my plans, but now you might actually be of use. So please, be my guest. You can stand there and gloat as much as you want. You can even attack me. Believe it or not, you can't kill me, at least not permanently. Where are those demons going? Those marvelous demons that I selected by hand? The army that I personally nurtured and nourished with the power of Nahindrian crystals? They've been sent. I hope your imagination is already running wild with possibilities. Somewhere precious to you, somewhere entirely defenseless. Somebody's monologuing. Well, any guesses? I'm sending them to your little town of Dresden. If you think I'm sending them to your little town of Dresden, you're mistaken. First of all, it's already being dealt with by others, and second, there isn't much honor to be gained from conquering that pathetic rock pile. That town's already been ravaged like a whore. It's been taken more times than a brothel slave in an Evolution era. I hate you. No, my army will not go to Dresden. Our mutual acquaintance has shown me a far more interesting target. The Echo Discari told me about a sanctuary to the Imperial Lord Plura that is hidden in the depths of the world womb. Really? It seems that a handful of Sarkorian stargazers and their angelic patron have been fooling the armies of the Abyss for years. Interesting. The temple's been hidden under noses of mighty demon leaders, Monago, Darazand, and of course Hepsmira. No one ever found it. If I conquer it and bring it to ruin, the victory will be mine alone. And I have something special planned for those stargazers. Does Hepsmira know of your plans? Why do you think we're having this conversation? She's never suspected my true intentions. And she's still as clueless now. Of course, it's also possible she's discovered my plans too late and is powerless to stop me. But what's a little betrayal between demons? I took control of her army, waited for you to knock on the gate, gave the order for them to march out. If everything goes according to plan, I'll be long gone by the time you and Hepsimira finish with each other. Where's Hepsimira? Not far. She's actually on the other side of the barrier I constructed. It's an excellent barrier, very reliable. I perfected the formula invented by Arilu Vorlash. These barriers cannot be opened without a key, and they're perfectly camouflaged. I heard that the barrier in your little town of Dresden was particularly effective. Crusaders walked right past the entrance to the Midnight Fane 1,000 times, but never noticed it until now. You cannot get through the barrier to Hepsimira without my help. I could help you, of course, but I won't. If you want my key, you're going to have to take it. I've already defeated you in battle once. Do you really want to be humiliated a second time? Give me the key to the barrier and I'll let you escape with your life. Success at an intimidation check. Well, what do I have to lose? After I've already betrayed Hepsimira, if I give the key to her hand to me, I'll get rid of them both. He takes a few steps towards the passage used by his soldiers. Alright, mortal, here's your key. He tosses it out to you. It lands at your feet with a clang. You have a key to the barrier. No need to get upset. I'll do what I need to do to keep you from attacking me. I don't want to die on a momentous day when I finally get my chance to destroy Pelura's temple. He went to the Shrine of Pelura. And if I'm seeing this correctly, he just wrecked our way out of here. Means we're gonna have to find another way out of here. Interesting. Sapphic dragon surrounded by girls sounds a lot like Ayesha, doesn't it, Tiggy? Your joke was fine. It actually personally appreciated a lot if you didn't know why. Mitha knows why, though. Can't see this guy's face, but I already know he has a punchable face. Yes, he has a very punchable face. He also ran away like a bitch. Because every time I run into him, he runs away like a bitch. Including his apprentices. Lovely. Okay.
In due time.
I'm all done here.
It looks... If you look beyond this ruined bridge, you can see a planar rift in the distance. Well, the good news is no one else is going to be using that rift ever again. The bad news is we can't use it to get home.
It is finished.
Magical equipment used to give mythic powers to demons. These implements are similar to the ones you saw in Xanthir's lab, so this was Mustafen's lab.
I finished here. Is there more?
And if what Arilu Vorlash told us is correct, it was the early version of that particular spell.
All according to plan.
Looks like there's something else here.
I'll go ahead.
Over this way. Just following a series of left-hand turns. That's a dead end. Over here? Oh. The barrier. Well. Guess this is where we need to go. Let's drop a save. He has resting punch face and noodle spine syndrome? Essentially, yes. Punchable face, and he runs away every time I meet him. Confusing map of the Abyssal Realms. Baphomet iconography.
As it should be.
Loot. More loot. More loot. Oh. Let me guess. Hipsamira, I presume. Yep,
That is
that
not
would be her.
law.
Oh, look! They've captured themselves an angel. You followed me for a long time, you frail, pathetic little stalker. But then you disappeared. You've been gone for so long, I thought you were dead. I'm glad you proved me wrong. I would have enjoyed it if you had died alone in the darkness, lost and forgotten. But I would much rather punish you in person. Behold, the great daughter of Baphomet in all her glory. Veshka, the false chosen one, herald of my jaded faith. How did this come to pass? You fucked off, man. I never claimed to be an agent of Iomade. I never once claimed that. You all just assumed it. Mortal, watch the golden-winged servant of the impostor weep. The fool flew right into our trap. Hepsamira and I have tortured him from the moment we captured him. The whole time he spoke only of you. It was as if he didn't care about the pain at all, at least not the pain we caused. Metasophon stole your army from you. Metasophon is a skilled alchemist and a gifted scientist, but he thinks too highly of himself. He was born in the Abyss and he has spent his life here, so his knowledge and skills are too valuable to risk on the front lines. He dreams of endless entertainment in the lands of mortals, and desires glory, conquering Golarion. But he will not live to see such triumph. He will pay bitterly for his betrayal. After all, I am one of the few who know the secret of Metasophon's immortality. You don't need to worry about any of that. You won't live long enough to see me destroy him. Let the angel go. How can you possibly still care for the one who abandoned you? You know it breaks your goddamn brain, but I actually do care. I actually do plan to save you. You're the one that fucked off to the Abyss. You're the one that ran away like a bitch. I never claimed to be an angel of your goddamn Iomade. The only person I ever claimed to serve was Desna, goddess of the moon. If you want the winged fool, come and get him. Did you know I was coming for you? Your crusaders think all demons are as dumb as the rabble we send to Golarion, but that isn't true. I have prevailed in wars and battles mortals know nothing about, and I always use scouts. My spies are everywhere. When you were trying to get the attention of Our Lady in Shadow, they told me you were searching for me. I tracked your movements. I knew the moment you stepped foot on that ship and sent my slave Kestigir after you. Yeah, I killed him. Unfortunately, he proved just as useful in undeath as he was in life. Okay. Fair enough. I disappeared. That's interesting. My journey only lasted a few weeks. Weeks? It's been 6 months. Oh, boy. Okay. So one of the things that Nocticula warned us was there are bubbles of time and anti-time that float around in the Abyss. We may have passed through one in the storm. We've lost 6 months. You showed up in the Abyss, caused a mayhem in Lucianera, then you disappeared. My spies told me you had acquired a ship and you were headed for Colfear, so I sent Kestiglir to hunt you down, but you disappeared, and up until now I assumed you were dead. I thought you'd be fish food by now, or perhaps you deserted, having realized your ridiculous and pathetic struggle was doomed to failure. No, I think it was a time bubble. The Abyss is primordial chaos. The laws of space and time have no power here, but this chaos can be controlled. You could, for example, force it to distort time around a particular ship, one that is being used by some overconfident outsiders who are used to a world of order and stability. Thanks to Skari. Why don't you just give up? When I'm finished with you, I will have you chained. You will be dragged behind the army, naked, wounded, and trembling. You will watch as I, daughter of Baphomet, archpriestess of his cult, take Golarion by the throat. I will bring it to its knees and make it weep like a wench that's been whipped. I hate you. You mentioned your dad an awful lot. Lan says, please tell me you haven't been cooking up all of these schemes against the Golarions just to impress Daddy? I refuse to accept the reason for all these atrocities is something so dumb as daddy issues.
We won't fall here. I swear it.
I'm sorry, Lan. Demons really are that shallow. If there's nothing else that I learned on my playthrough playing a demon, it is quite simply that demons really are that shallow. Alright. Let's go into turn by turn.
A calculated risk.
You're at half health. Already in the first hit. Wow. Kind of pathetic, actually.
Make every strike count.
Charge, Sela! Echo of Discari isn't in the order. Echo of Discari isn't in the battle. He's just sort of friendly and standing there. He does not give a fuck. Okay. Alright, get out of that whirlwind.
Desna, guide my hand!
Alright, get out of there. Two of our guys are out for the count. They're probably gonna have to stay out for the count until that effect wears off. Boring!
This should do it.
Bye! Run for your life! Head for the Nexus! We'll hide from this horrible Golarion in Lucianira. And there goes Echo of Discari. You will pay for this. My father will punish you for your insolence. You sure mention your father a lot. Behold the power, tremble. Behold the greatness, tremble before Baphomet. You summoned your father. Make this insolent mortal suffer, my lord, and punish this rebellious angel who refuses to bow before you. Ah, the angel who wandered into the abyss and couldn't find his way back to heaven. I've heard about you. My daughter could not break your spirit, but I will rip out your heart. My lady Ayamade, hear my final words. The leader of the crusade is one of Arilu Warlish's profane creations. Her power comes from the blood of fallen demon lords. There's no hope for any of us. Looks like you overdid it, my daughter. Your torture drove him mad. Swift execution. But I wasn't finished with this angel. There were so many games I wanted to play with him. Oh, your power, O Lord. Let our enemies tremble in terror. Now it's your turn, you low-life scum. You disappointed me. How dare you summon me here? How dare you use forbidden knowledge? You think I am here to save you? No, I'm here to inflict punishment.
Have I been summoned merely to put this creature to death? A mortal who still shows loyalty to the queen that exiled her to the abyss? Oh yes, Galfrey guards. He'll glory with the jealousy of a lioness. But no, this creature proudly wears the knife stuck in her back, like a badge of honor. Or is the betrayal weighing you down after all? Did you come here looking for a new master? One who can help you seek revenge?
I don't belong to the Abyss. I believe in Desna. I believe in mortals. And in the right to dream of something greater than being dominated by monsters like you.
That's my girl.
Well done, sister. I've always believed in you. In the name of all the gods of light who protect Golarion, you tell that thing to piss off.
I have vanquished your servants, and I can do the same to you.
Even if we pretend for a moment that you have a chance of winning, have you considered what reward awaits you? Your queen knows that you have surpassed her. Your success is why Galfrey exiled you here. How will she reward you for the death of a demon lord? Will she honor you by personally slitting your throat? Sadly, we will never know the answer, because you have no chance of winning.
Game auto-saved. Baphomet's word. We're going to fight the Demon Lord of Minotaurs. Oh, lovely. Cast fatigue on all of us. My favorite. Well, my solution, as everything, is to cast Dragon Breath. Alright, Lan, fire away. This feels like a good job, a good time for a fire dance.
This will hurt.
It's a fire resistance bard song. God, I love this song. This is great.
Make your peace.
Crucially get some shots in. The Demon Lord is at about half health, and we're not even out of the first round. How about a Desna prayer? Not Desna, Shellen. Shellen.
Fall!
Alright. Have a bit of luck. There we go. Okay. Lay on hands. Self. Come on. Lay on hands. Now, get into that melee. Party is overloaded and cannot travel. We weren't going to travel anyway. We're staying right here. Bless. There we go. Go forth our DPS backline. Our power just went off. You feel your hair stand on end. The blood boils in your veins. The fire within your heart is so fierce and hot it feels as if you're about to burn right through your chest. A cry springs from your lips, and at the sound of your voice, a light envelops the cave. The ground begins to shake as your radiant presence overwhelms those around you, knocking them back into the surrounding rocks.
Which of my enemies is responsible for this trap? Who has put you up to this, you pathetic insect? Such power must have a source. You are such a curious insect. I must see what is inside you.
Didn't expect that, did you? Are you afraid of me? Good. You should be. And there she is.
You are on the path to greatness, mortal. And I will gain a new trophy.
Nocticula, Lady in Shadow, once again, I offer you an alliance. A great alliance.
He's the one that wanted to fuck you. Clearly.
I've told you before, and I'll tell you again. The answer is no. It has been a long time since I last killed a demon lord. It is good to see that I remain unsurpassed in my craft.
Okay. That just happened. Now that Baphomet is dead, will he become an island in your realm?
No. Any demon lord that is killed will return to their abyssal realm, where they will be reincarnated. Their body will be unharmed, but the demon lord will be vulnerable for an entire year. If they are killed again during that time, they will be drawn into the Rift of Repose forever. However, if I kill them, they will become an island in my realm. Therefore, nothing will induce Baphomet to leave his labyrinth during the next year.
Yeah. Knowing that he could become an island in her realm will motivate Baphomet to fuck right the hell off and hide in his cave for a while. You didn't want a war.
I did not want to enter into a difficult, exhausting war against Baphomet when he was at full strength. But massacring his minions when they are helpless and success is guaranteed? Well, that is a different matter entirely. Thanks to recent events, the slaughter can finally begin. Baphomet is frightened. He will not leave his abode for at least a year, because if he dies again within that time, his death will be final. This gives me an overwhelming advantage. My black bolts gave him a kiss he will not soon forget, and the memory of their touch will cool his fervor. 2 armies of demons will meet in the coming battle, and one of them will be led by its mistress in all her glory. The other one, however, will be cut off at the head and left without the leadership of its lord. In a year's time, I will have undermined Baphomet's forces and deprived him of his troops and allies. By the time he finally feels invincible again, it will be too late. And instead of crushing my servants and destroying my islands, he will be forced to bargain for his life. As you can see, I won this war before it started. And it's all thanks to you.
Enough about the past. Let's talk about the future.
Every demon lord needs a weapon. Someone who will be an instrument of their will. Baphomet chose Hepzamira, and I chose you. I'm glad I picked the superior weapon. You proved yourself stronger than your counterpart, and laid bare the cowardice of my enemy. I, the Lady of the Midnight Isles, will give you the honor and glory that such a deed deserves. With a single blow, you have begun the great war between Nocticula and Baphomet. And I will reward you for this achievement. Your queen will reward you for this deed. But she cannot match the generosity of the Lady in Shadow. Accept my profane gift, and remember the moment you triumphed. The moment Nocticula herself expressed her gratitude and respect for you.
I didn't do this because I needed your gift. I don't need your gift.
You refuse my gift? Reject my favor? As you wish. My patronage will not extend to your humble self.
What's to stop Baphomet from sending more slaves to here to mine the crystals?
I will stop him. Baphomet's servants will be too frightened to go to the place where their master was killed. And whoever tries to mine my crystals will taste my wrath. You have fulfilled the mission for which you came, Golarion Crusader. The mining of Nehindrian crystals has ceased, and Baphomet and Ascari will no longer have mythic demons under their control. I will send my servants to destroy the network of passages they have carved throughout my islands. I will destroy all their portals, including the one that brought you to Alashanira.
You promised you would help close the world wound if I killed Hepzimira.
Conquest is your next step. The world wound can only be closed where it was opened, in the Threshold Fortress. Go back to Golarion, gather an army, and bring the full force of your power down upon your enemies. Baphomet will wish to recall his soldiers as soon as possible in order to repel my attack. You will only have to deal with Discari's servants. When you get back to Threshold, stand on the edge of the rift that connects your plane and the Abyss, and we will execute our plan.
What's been happening on Golarion?
It is clear that Queen Galfrey lacks your talent as a strategist. In your absence, she has made several mistakes that have brought Mendev's crusaders to the brink of destruction. She is a skilled warrior, and a good leader, but that is not enough. It never has been when it comes to dealing with the world wound. You were the one who tipped the scales toward a victory for Mendev. But you'll soon find out everything for yourself. I won't spoil the surprise.
How do we get home?
The same way you arrived, through the Nexus. The rift that led you into the Abyss is open. Of course, the Queen tried to close up every opening within the Midnight Fane, but I'll let you in on a secret. She didn't close all of them. If you look hard enough, you'll find the way back.
I will return to Golarion as soon as
A
possible.
wise decision. Every hour of delay is paid dearly in the blood of your soldiers, and you will need them to retake the threshold. Now it is time for you to return to your plane. You are desperately needed there, and I must attend to my own affairs.
Get the fuck out of here.
A trivial matter.
These adamantine shackles have been enchanted. The enchantments block teleportation and other abilities that involve intraplanar movement. Heavy shield. The undying love of the Hopebringer.
Time's not waiting.
Okay. It is forcing me to do a level up. I can't seem to get out of this. Interesting. I do like things that increase attack rolls. These are all AoE spells. Nice. Fun. Oh, I can take more than one, huh? Okay. Crowd control, the final frontier. These are the adventures of crowd control. Okay. There's dead demons here. Body still smolders from the colossal blow of celestial powers inflicted by a trap laid by the hand of the inheritor. This place has been sanctified. Why are there demons here?
Battle, my friends.
Without risk!
I will resist!
I see we need to retake our little island here.
Prepare yourself!
We still have Bless Up? Yes, we still have Bless Up. Good. Oh, there's more than one of you. Lovely.
Endure this!
You can't even move this round. Ha ha! No, you don't hear me. I don't care how big the room is. I cast Fireball. Alright. Lay on hand self. Get in there, Sela. As far as you can, anyway. Okay, I guess your action just bugs out. Thanks, game. I love that. Okay, that demon just explodes. I'd really love it if the camera would stop clipping into that bone or whatever. Here we go.
In due time.
Alright, where's our buddies? Aha. This camp is under the protection of our Lady in Shadow. Begone, filth. What, Our Lady in Shadow? I spit upon her. It's harder to spit when you don't have a head, is it? We're over here. Help, take us away from this place. Get off the barricade, you nitwit. We'll be good slaves. We're obedient and skilled. Take us and keep us. Final hour is upon us. Let us not disgrace the name of our leader. Let us die with honor. These are the slaves I rescued. What? How could the mortals be beating us back? Despair and our faith in the inheritor led us into battle. We do not fear death. Veshka fought you, and we will do our part. How did they do that? Their light is so bright. Get back. You're frightening me. I don't think you'll enjoy what happens next. Some kid's trying to intimidate us. It's a Cliploth. The Devourers are here. Run!
We will be victorious!
You crossed the wrong mark.
Zorges. Golarianite slave and a succubus guard. Victory! No one defies the word of Our Lady in Shadow.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
Alright. What should we put on Bard Lad, huh? Bard Lad, Bard Lad, doing the things that bards can. I've always wanted to take that. Let's just take that. Alright, is there anything left out here that I need to murder? No. Okay, cool. Let's go and see if there's anybody in the cave. Because that's where we need to go.
That is not far.
Portal back to the city is gone. That makes sense. Nocticula did say she was going to remove that.
In due time.
Oh. Our peeps are all here. Greybor, Ulbrig, Regil. Your return is met by happy cheers. The inhabitants of the camp watch over you, their eyes sparkling with joy. It feels like they might mob you when they had the chance to touch you. What happened here? Those who dared defy Our Lady in Shadow and threatened those under her protection, we've shown them the error of their ways. She did what she said, what we asked her to do to protect the camp. Awe is written on the faces of the Golarion slaves you freed from bondage. One of the slaves, a young man with sharp features and a bad leg, bows deeply. I don't believe my eyes. We returned. We thought you perished in the abyss and said your name in our prayers every day, though we didn't believe they would ever reach the gods, but they listened. They answered. When the first portal opened, we thought it was the end, but we realized the demons were even more frightened than we were. Something was chasing them, driving them. We met them in battle and held firm against their devastating assault, and then you appeared and saved us all. When did you manage to build an entire camp? 6 months have passed since you disappeared. What were we to do? Return to Alushanira and hold our hands to be shackled once again? Never! So we decided to settle here and start a village. We hunted, we kept quiet, and no one bothered us until today. You are true heroes. I'm proud of you. Time to return to Golarion and strike the demons there. The survivors greet your words with elated cries and looks of faith and adoration. Talk to your companions. I take it you're tired of waiting for me? Wolge's gaze is fixed on the demon corpse as he grips his dagger. Look, Chief, it's good to see you and all, but would you mind jabbing those dead demons with your blade a few more times just in case any of them are playing dead? When they popped out of the portal and rushed us, I damn near soiled myself. What happened to the portal to the Lucianera? Our Lady in Shadow ordered us to destroy the rat holes used by Upsamira's servants. We blocked the portals with rubble, and I'll keep a close watch over them. Alright, that's it for now. We are returning to the Midnight
The
Fang.
commander found herself in a Lucianera, the very heart of enemy territory. Much to her credit, she managed not only to pique the interest of the Lady in Shadow, but to defeat Baphomet himself. But after these adventures, does she still remember Golarion and wonder about its fate?
We have now entered Act 5. In the commander's absence, Queen Galfrey assumed control over the Crusade. She independently made a number of decisions regarding the development of the main aspects of the Crusade. Yes, and apparently they were bad ones, from everything I've heard. Hold up there, War Chief. We need to talk. Before we head back to the mortal world, you owe me an explanation. For what? You know what? Don't play fool to me. What's this come to? You got a whole army following you, but not into the forest to pick mushrooms, no. To war against the Oglins. Our bads walked through fire for you, and we came to this magic land right into the jaws of the Fiend Queen, and now it turns out you've two been in bloody cohorts the whole time, as if that wasn't bad enough. Who do we run into in her court? A real bloody Vorlash. Ulbrich spits on the ground. And with that nasty little smirk on her face, that vermin tells us that we've been dancing to her tune this whole time, and that she's got our whole crusade wrapped up, and that you, War Chief, are her creation. From top to toe, like a puppet on a string, and that all these powers, the powers that you passed on to me, are nothing but a foul and sorcery. I trusted you. I called you War Chief. And now it turns out this whole campaign is a lie. Some twisted mirage cooked up by a sorcerer? That's right. You trusted me. I haven't failed you before, and I won't do it now. Now those are words worthy of a war chief. The only question is, can you back them up with action, or is it all just hot air? Look me in the eye and tell me, how are you planning to continue this here crusade? Now that we know the truth about the cursed witch's schemes, why should I or any of your fellow warriors follow you one step further, or have faith in your victory? Aurelu has given me the power to destroy her. I will annihilate the demons with her own weapon. So you reckon you're stronger than the Oglins and shrewder than any sorcerer? Well, all the better for us. I've seen you in action. You'll wipe the floor with them. Forgive me for what I said, War Chief. Face spells and tricksy and sorcery be damned. I'll be right behind you to the end. I mean, that was the plan. All of the power, and use it against her. Okay. No new conversation options here. Well, she did block this entrance. To her credit.
All according to plan.
So Nocticula said if we look around, we'll find another way back.
I'll go ahead.
So oh. We have a key for those kinds of portals. Dresden, welcome back. Way back. Right. Okay. So we just got back to Dresden.
As it should be.
There's dead crusaders and demons everywhere. Flags of crusaders and marks of demon lords. What did they do to my city?
This
It's like a war zone here. Nevia! Hold it. State your names or my archers will shoot you where you stand. Nevia, it's you! Commander! Ha! I bloody knew it. I told him you'd come. I've got winnings to collect. She gleefully punches the air. I thought it was you the second I saw you. Do you want to bet? Do I get a share of the winnings? I'll donate your share to the treasury if we survive. That stuff's going on right here now. Commander, it's a long story. What happened while I was gone? Everything went to shit, to put it mildly. Let's get back to our base. I'll fill you in when we get there. Let's go and talk somewhere more suitable. Alright, but I gotta warn you, the news ain't good. There you have it, Commander. Our temporary camp. It's embarrassing to show you how things have turned out, but now we gotta do something about it. You've got nothing to be embarrassed about. You survived and you're still fighting. Thanks, pal. You always know a way to cheer a girl up. I'm sure you have nothing to be ashamed of. You did everything you could. Thank you, Commander. We're holding on for now. Somehow, but things are going to be different now with you here. I just know it. We're going to defend this fortress. Anyway, let me get you caught up on everything you missed. Things were quiet at first. You know, as quiet as they were when you were here, I mean. The Queen took hold of the reins. She wasn't going to go against her wishes, so she kind of left everything as it was. So you just told everybody to hold on and you'd be back soon. Things carried on like that for 6 months. Right, so 6 months passed. What happened next? So listen, 6 months, that ain't nothing, you know. After a while, we realized that maybe you weren't coming back. The Queen was real cut up about it. She was always praying to Iomade, asking for counsel, and one time I overheard her blaming herself for sending you to the Abyss. But you know our Galfrey, she's laid plenty of friends to rest in her life. If she called off the crusade after every death, she'd have lost to the demons a long time ago, right? So Galfrey pulled herself together and made a decision to push forward before the demons recovered from their last defeat, to go on the attack before they thought of doing the same to us. You were declared dead, see? We did things properly, though. We threw a big funeral feast for you and everything. Everybody was bawling their eyes out. Even Beth shed a tear for you. The Queen took the Sword of Valor, but she left the Ward Stone here and a detachment of soldiers to guard it. She said anybody who wanted to could stay, but that they should know one thing: you weren't coming back. Me and Beth wanted to leave at first. I even started packing my stuff, but then I realized I couldn't. I just kept thinking, you were the commander. We've been through so much together. I kind of dumped all this on Beth, but she was thrilled. She said to me, you read my mind. No one has removed the commander from her post. We are still serving under her. It is our duty to stay. You persuaded Queen Galfrey that you should retain the title of Knight Commander. We're not the only ones, you know. There's a whole gang of us, a ragtag crew to be sure. But we're all united, we're all fighting. Except less than a week after Galfrey left with the army, the demons have got us in a pincer. Orangofta on one side, that fat hog, and then the other side, that bitch Apanavicus. Apanavicius. Bleh. It's a tongue twister. Oh, Twitch wants to do an ad break. Alright, right back. We're in the next Battle of Dresden. We're retaking the city again. Because it's been 6 months and everything went to hell. Apanavicius. Apanavicius. Okay. There aren't many of us, but our blessed cleric from Canabris just took off recently, heading to who knows where. He had some dream about a gal or fellow called Metasophen, and there was a waterfall. Okay, so Pelura. Okay, yeah, Pelura's Falls. Got it. So the population of Dresden has been evacuated? Yeah, the Queen got as many people out as she could. Those who agreed to go. Even the dungeons were emptied and the prisoners were evacuated. I did hear somebody might have escaped on the way to Nerosian. I didn't ask for details. It's not our problem anymore. Yeah, probably, yeah, I know who that probably was. Of course, they couldn't move bodies of the poor people whose souls were stolen by that jeweler, Sunhammer, or whatever his name is. They've been sheltered in the city. Aristino's been looking after him, and Sila's pals from the Houndhearts have been guarding him this whole time. The demons have attacked a few times and given the knights a thrashing. Only Elon was left standing, but none of his victims came to any home. By Desna, I hope their souls are found, so all of this wouldn't have been for nothing. I'll do what I can. Where are the mongrels? Deserted, they did. I didn't see that one coming, I'll admit. They were good people, strong, but there were no signs of them one night they just all got up and left. The gate tried to stop them. Fat lot of good that did. The mongrel slit the guard's throat and vanished into the wound. Nobody knows what happened to him, but there have been rumors. So, Savamelek made good on his threat. He got to them. I don't know who Savamelek might be, but if you can prove that the mongrels are innocent, you won't hear me complaining. He enticed them out of the city and lured them somewhere, but to where? Alright, we've covered recent history. What's happening now? It's all hands on deck here. One-Eyed Devil Squad is holding the tavern, and Hilors is in the dungeon. The storyteller and Irabeth are in your study in the Citadel. The old fella had some vision about you and the Queen. He took off running, saying he needed to touch her things and find out where she is. Irabeth went after him to make sure he makes it back in one piece. And the captain, Sealkind? Remember him? He was given the boot by his superiors. He wasn't getting along with them, so just tossed him out on his ear. And get this, the guy just walks right out through the city gates, pack on his back, heading like he's going for a stroll. Dumb fool. He didn't deserve to be treated like that. Sealkind's a good man. You got that right. I hope he's alive. If you come across him, tell him to come back, will you? Maybe Sealkind's career isn't over yet. Where did the Queen go? Has there been any word of her? She didn't say anything to those of us who were staying behind, in case the demons got their claws on us, you know? They could force information out of us. I don't know if what the storyteller saw was a dream or a vision. He just dashed off towards the Citadel. Said he was going to hold some of Galthry's things and figure out where she was headed, because the commander would be back soon, and would be asking about it. That's the last I heard from him. He's been gone for half the day. I've heard better news. What are we going to do? Well, now that you're here, there's only one thing for it. We gotta win. But to do that, we need to hit him with everything we've got. One and done. Here's what we'll do. You head for the Citadel and send everyone who's manning outposts in the city back to me. I'll get a squad together. We'll meet up again at the Citadel and sock them in one final punch. Well, it's time for me to do my duty as commander. Yes, ma'am. Don't worry about your pals from the Fane. I'll get them here in one piece. Sounds like a plan. Okay, we need to go to the tavern, and we need to go to the dungeons. Kill any demons that get in our way. Party arrangement check. Looks good. Let's go.
In due time.
Look, it's the commander. Not sure what that was about. Oh.
Let's try it this way.
All according to plan.
Yet another obstacle.
I know, Lan. I know, right? Run in fear. I'm back, bitches.
I'll go ahead.
Quick, run! What are we looking at? Get ready to pay for your sins. I am Staunton Vane, and I have risen from the grave to exact my revenge on everyone who brought me to ruin. I killed you. Neutral evil undead. 16 War Priest. War Priest versus
This
War
will
Priest.
hurt.
Let's go. I've lost again, but that won't save you. I rose to claim my vengeance once, and I will rise again. I must kill her. That monster. She's to blame for all the suffering I've endured. Death hasn't changed you one bit. You're still blaming someone else for all your troubles. Minago, Galfrey, Iomine, fate, the weather, the position of the celestial bodies, literally anyone or anything but yourself. I've suffered for far too long. Now I stand ready to accept your sentence. I can send him after Minago. That's kind of funny in context. There's a Lich and an Angel option that I don't have access to. I feel like... Three. I'm feeling good today. I'm chaotic, but I'm feeling good today. I cleanse you of the corruption that has possessed you. Set him on fire. I curse you. You and everything you hold dear. Die suffering. I taunt in vain hate and curse you all. Okay, you want to hate me, that's fine. I can handle that.
As it should be.
Ah, the Wardstone. Still in one piece. Good to see.
That is not far.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Avarice Wardstone and all of the angels within it.
In due time.
Our victory is certain.
The light, take you!
Go, little baby girl, go!
Interesting.
Interesting.
I finished here. Is there more?
Cool, cool. More stuff from the jewelry shop. Let's check in on the tavern. We also need to check in at the prison. One-eyed tiefling wipes the sweat off its forehead. Don't be scared, lads. We'll get through this. The walls are sturdy. Reinforcements will come. We'll see. He notices you, freezes, opening and closing his mouth silently, like a fish. It's been a while. The tiefling slaps his knee in delight. Commander! The wait is over. I'm not dreaming. I can't believe it. Fi, the tavern keeper, gives you a friendly wave. It's so good to see you. We had a grand old time at your funeral feast. We'll have an even better time at your housewarming party. Later, of course. Right now, we fight off the scum. Commander, glad to see you. Time to move. Yes, Commander. Fall back, lads. We've got nothing more to do here. Beaten, but not broken is the name of this quest. I love it. Fucking love it. I'm gonna check this place over real quick. Do a once over.
All according to
Are we overloaded? We are overloaded. Wow. Okay. Wait. Descending order. Okay, we don't need 30 of those. Or 9 of those. Okay. Let's go. We don't need 30 masterwork scimitars. I'm amused by the idea, but we don't. By the way, Tiggy, I don't know the surprise I'm looking for, so unless it's obvious, you have to tell me. Oh. You'll know when we get there. We're almost there. Let's see. Where was the prison again? Oh, right. Over there. We need to check in on the prison. And then we got a buddy we have to talk to. Yeah, I figured it hadn't quite happened yet. Yeah. We're almost there. Trust me, we're doing it before the end of this session. How do we get in there? How do we get in there? It looks like it's very heavily barricaded, which is probably a good thing. Can we get in there this way?
In due time.
Help our dudes!
Fall!
He's running away. Okay, we're at the prison. Hilor should be here holding his ground. Madner, you've risen from the dead after all, and not a minute too soon. I suppose this means I owe Anivia money now. I've never been so happy to lose a bet in my entire life. You bet that I wouldn't come back? Why? Truth be told, Commander, I'm a practical man. I never count on miracles. That doesn't mean I'm not happy to see you. On the contrary, I suppose a miracle you don't expect brings you the most joy, especially if it saves you from certain death. Where did the prisoners go? The Queen ordered some to be executed. And that the ones who weren't rotten to the core be given a second chance. They now surrender the Queen and the condemned, atoning for their mistakes, so to speak. Time to move. Right you are, Commander. It's time for drastic measures. $14 gold? Ooh. Alright. Now we head to the Citadel. And retake our city. And all that follows.
Focus on the goal.
Alright, now the question is, how do we get to the upper level? I'm gonna start with the stairs.
According to plan.
Well, not that way. That's blocked off. We're gonna have a fun time clearing that. Oh, hi! A Felor. He's a big boy! And he's dead. Matosophin, your warriors leave something to be desired. Alright, so now how do we get up there? We need to get up there. Yeah, can't go that way. That's blocked off. I wonder, can we balance across the roofs like we did the first time through? Oh, maybe there's a way through over here. No, doesn't look likely. How do we get up there? It's my goddamn city. Why can't I get around it? This looks like a good opening. Yeah, this'll do. Hey, look, the little forest I started is still here. I suppose because the Azada that started is still alive. That makes sense. Stop running in place, please.
I finished here. Is there more?
Once again, we are overloaded. What can we drop? We don't need 2 random shields. And 6 more scimitars. Do you know what we do need? There's a reason I got all these goddamn health potions. There we go.
In due time.
Hi, Hal! A familiar gold-haired healer brushes some ash from his sleeve and shakes his head as he inspects a pile of charred demon corpses. They were too stubborn to retreat. Their determination could have helped them in life, but instead it only led them to their untimely deaths. I regret having to kill them. So yeah, that fire, Lavos, that's dragon fire. What are you doing here, my dragon friend? I debated a long time whether or not to interfere with Dresden's affairs. However, the words of a loyal warriors who remained behind to defend the fortress touched my heart. I was persuaded to get involved, and none too soon, it seems. Palasilax gestures towards the demon corpses nearby. What happened to that cultist I spared? He became a healer. I do not know if he still worships Baphomet, but even if he does, I'm certain it'll bring more good into the world than evil. You should be proud of yourself. You chose to spare him. That was thanks to your decision. The world now has another caretaker of the afflicted. Come with me. You can help me drive away the demons. You are not leading a large force against the demons, and that leads me to believe that you do not want to attract attention. A gold dragon entering the fray is something that attracts a good deal of attention. Trust me. Furthermore, Palasilax regards you intently. I wish to see for myself what you have achieved since we last saw each other. I want to observe how the dragon spirit manifests within you. I have to go. Farewell, Commander. This will be a difficult fight, but if you look within yourself, you will find that your spirit, the spirit of a dragon, cannot be defeated. If you feel the desire to follow Tyrendalev's example, come and meet me in Dresden after the final battle. And if you do not, then this will be our last meeting. This is the Midnight Fane entrance. It's been covered up with rubble. Alright, let's see what's in the Citadel. No, not the prison, Lavos. Hang on. We're almost there. Hey, look, it's my room. My old room. About how I left it. Don't see Beth. Ah, there's Beth and the storyteller. Long months have passed, Commander. But even while you were away on another plane, I could still hear your brave heart beating. The sound never stopped for a second. Commander, you... For a while, she stands speechless. You're a lively one, Grandpa Elf, always finding yourself somewhere in the most dangerous spots, but I'm glad to see you, although you'd be safer tucked up by a fire somewhere. How have you been the last 6 months? The Queen showed us nothing but respect and fair treatment. After she decided to proceed with the crusade, many of us chose to stay with the unit ordered to protect the Wardstone until your return. But it was an easier decision for me than for others. I had encountered you in the Abyss, and I knew you were alive, but not everyone believed me. And then yesterday I had a vision. I was leafing through the pages you had collected for me, and I suddenly saw the future. Not the future clamoring to be told by the page in my hand, but your future. The future of the person who brought that page to me. In my vision, you had returned from the Abyss, marked by new power that wound around you like snakes. Your voice made the earth tremble. People and demons dropped to their knees. Iomade herself extended a helping hand, but the only thing you were concerned with was the whereabouts of the banner that Queen Galfrey had taken with her. I know what I saw is difficult to believe, but I am in the habit of trusting my visions, so I hurried to the Citadel to lay my hands on some of Queen Galfrey's possessions, to try to discern where she went, and where your banner is now. I am kind of curious where my banner is. My story is simpler, Beth says, and Evie and I both agreed we should stay here and wait for you. We're supposed to serve the Queen, but our hearts are here. Besides, you're still the commander of the Crusade. I have no right to abandon you, even if there's almost no hope left. Although I must admit the storyteller's tale about your vision and your imminent return seems quite vague. I followed him here to make sure he didn't accidentally hurt himself. You're a good paladin, Beth. I'm glad that he proved to be right, and you really have returned. Do you know where the Queen went? Wasn't easy. I see the Queen's future in her past, looking through the shattered glass, multiple visions one after another, distorting the picture. The Queen is in mortal danger, at the crossroads of her fate, and her every step may prove fatal. I did not give up, and fortune smiled upon me. I touched her goblet and learned she was leading her army. Her Majesty has marched for eyes, a bold move, one worthy of a queen who is not accustomed to hiding. We must hurry and help the Queen. Let's take Dresden back, Commander, and then we march on eyes. To arms. It is time for the final battle of Dresden. Yes, your arrival has changed everything. Attacked by 2 armies, we felt like a dilapidated palisade on the verge of being swept away by a giant wave, but with your return, we have become an indestructible wall that will withstand any blow. I was afraid we would not be able to succeed without your banner. We may not have the banner, but we are still here. We live to see you return. And you truly are our banner, Commander. To arms. There's one more thing. In the shattered fragments that form her fate, I can sense your presence. I am convinced that the Queen could sense it too. No one could say what your next encounter would lead to, but there is one thing I know for certain. Queen Galfrey's fate and yours are tightly intertwined. Oh no, there are too many of them. This is useless, we're done for. Don't hold back, hold the line. A huge, oily Nalfenshi is waiting for you with his arms folded. Here comes the Commander, kids. So, Commander, do you like what you see? You've arrived just in time to hear your friends screaming for help. They trusted you, and look what's happened to them. You think you can actually rescue them? Who do you think you are? You shouldn't have angered our master, mortal. He will take away everything you have, your mind and flesh included. You belong to him now. Rescue my friends. Rescue my friends? And how exactly will you do that, you pathetic Golarion Magan? What can you do on your own without your army? Yell inspirational speeches? Oh no, I'm so scared. And then yell... And then all the pathetic defenders of Dresden will be inspired and turned into an invincible force. Yes, that's usually how it goes in fairy tales. Do you know what happens in real life? Your friends rot in the Lord's dungeon and their bones join myriads of others. We will wipe your army out, and you along with it. But I won't kill everyone. I'll lock you in a cage. Then we'll start torturing your friends. Once I'm done with them, they will come and spit in your face. They'll tell you themselves what the torment they are doomed to. It's time to end this mortal. She has nothing to surprise us with. You're just a jumped up mortal insect. You are nobody. All right, chat. It's time. We have 3 options. We can stay in Azada, or we can go for something bigger. What do you think, Lavos? What do you think of the idea of Dragon Mythic Path? You know my answer without asking. Now, there will be some downsides. We're gonna lose our baby. We will lose our baby. And we will lose the court. But as you can see from the very beginning, given the fact that she has wings, and a breath attack, and a claw attack, and a horn attack, I've been going this way from the beginning. She was already a dragon on 2 legs. The only thing that changes is she becomes a dragon on 4 legs. I am a gold dragon. My heart is full of compassion, but my spirit is relentless. I will allow those who want to go in peace, but those who stay, I will have to destroy. Power rushes through your body, almost ripping it apart. The wound in your chest bursts open in a spray of bloody droplets. The might bestowed upon you by the Abyss and Arilu Vorlesh erupts into this world, and you pay for it in the purest agony. You performed an action that was good. Orin Gofta, who just a moment ago seemed so vast, so powerful, now seems like a slow-witted bully to you. The demons and the Citadel's defenders are just poor, misled children who see no further than the tip of their own noses. Your heart fills with compassion for them. That, Lavos, is the surprise. The soft glow of your scales touches them all, soothing them with warmth, and they realize there is no need to fight anymore. Battles are pointless. Life, every moment of it, is the greatest miracle. Preserving it and reveling in each new day is what is truly important. Some of the demons hesitate for a few moments and then leave, wondering what they're doing here and why they got into this fight in the first place. But others are just too angry to retreat. You know they are no match for a gold dragon, and it is their sad decision that has just doomed them. Gold dragon breath. See ya! Well, 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 look who it is. An incredible silence suddenly descends over the city. It is broken by the solemn sound of fanfares that seems to come from far away, everywhere, and nowhere all at once. And all eyes turn to the huge stained glass window on the city's main cathedral. It begins to glow with a soft light, and in the next breath, a lone figure steps out onto the glass and onto the cobblestones of Dresden.
Knight Commander, at last we meet.
There is no mistaking her. Iomade, the goddess who has deigned to descend to the world of mortals. Your companions shield their faces, unable to withstand her radiance. The surviving demons quiver, the townfolk fall to their knees, but the deity's eyes are upon you alone. Veshka. At last we meet. I can flip her off. Oh wow, look everyone, it's a goddess. I'm almost tempted to say that. But no, no. I don't serve you. I never have. I serve the goddess of the moon and always have. But first things first. I will give you some due deference because of your station, but I do not serve you. I don't often make a lawful choice, but when I do... lawful, bend the knee.
Lies. I have not come here to receive homage. I suppose you are asking yourself why I am here. Gods must not interfere directly in the affairs of mortals. But what is happening here, in the World Wound, is no longer the concern of mortals alone. And this is proof. This fortress has witnessed so many horrors and miracles. It makes me wonder how it still stands. Goodness and the light of hope are not unknown to you, but you mix them with recklessness. And the power that feeds this recklessness is dangerous.
In other words, I'm chaotic good. She's not wrong.
The path you chose to defend Dresden, I cannot accept it. Demons are an evil that have brought immeasurable suffering to this world, and yet you gave them a choice? When they corrupt and destroy, they do not give anyone the benefit of choice. They do not deserve mercy. Your power is great, but it will be no good for Golarion if you continue to let its enemies run free.
So I should execute everyone that I deem evil. I should just execute them out of hand without giving them a trial or without giving them a chance to redeem themselves. Shame on you, Iomade. Shame on you. This is beneath you and your station. In the name of the goddess that I serve, in the name of the moon, in the name of Desna, shame on you.
But I did not come here to reproach you, or to bewail the fate of the unfortunate defenders of Dresden. I wish to stop the forces of evil and defend Golarion, both from Daskari's violent rage and from Nocticula's insidiousness. But that is not my only goal. I have come here to restore justice, for justice is the birthright of all. That's why I hail you as a heroine who has triumphed over the demons many times. At the same time, I grieve for you, as for a soul that is caught in a web of demonic deceit and villainy.
Such heartwarming concern for me. Now let's be honest, what's your real reason for coming here?
My reasons are as I have told you. I am no demon. I do not lie and cheat. Of that sin I am most certainly innocent.
Uh-huh.
In that moment, when my poor herald was being torn apart by monsters, he found the strength to send me a message about what he had learned in the Abyss. You were in Alushanira, where you spoke with the Lady in Shadow and the Architect of the World Wound. They confessed what they had done to you, but they did not reveal the whole truth. Both you and this unfortunate world will have to pay dearly for the power that they so generously bestowed upon you. But all is not yet lost. That is why I have come.
The walls of Dresden shake again. This time with a ringing laugh, a black shadow appears before the shining goddess, Nocticula in the flesh. Standing beside her is Arilu Vorlesh, who stares at the goddess with ice-cold rage in her eyes.
Who here has been taking my name in vain. Ah, it's you, the Inheritor. What's this? Our worst fears have come to pass. The gods are flocking to Golarion. This merry little tinderbox could ignite at any moment, reducing the material plane to dust.
I did not come here to fight.
Oh, really? I didn't realize you were good for anything else. Forgive me, that was unfair of me. Judging by your successes over the last 100 years, fighting is not your forte. After all, the wound is still there, as far as I know. So why are you here? If you have come to meddle in my affairs, don't expect me simply to stand aside.
And now I have to take the chaotic option. I have to. I'm too chaotic not to. Well, the party's really getting started now. Who'll be the next to arrive? Caden Kalen, perhaps?
The two of us will be more than enough. Listen to what I have to tell you. If she wishes to be present for this conversation, so much the better. Do you hear me, Nocticula? You and your servant are under no obligation to leave. I have come here to shed the light of truth. Let us see if you both can withstand its merciless radiance. I cannot change the flow of mortal history by force. After all, the world wound is their doing, although committed at the behest of the Abyss. But sometimes force is unnecessary, and truthful words are all it takes.
The goddess who was mortal not so long ago is eager to judge us for our sins now. My sin, to be precise. What lies behind your eagerness, proud Iomade? Righteous wrath? Or perhaps fear? Watch out. A simple mortal woman has learned how to grant powers to others. Powers which are beyond the wildest dreams of many Imperial lords. This must be stopped, forbidden, taken away immediately. After all, what need will we have for all these arrogant gods once we become their equals?
Silence. It is impolite to interrupt your elders. But you know, Inheritor, she does have a point. What are you going to do now? Break my weapon, which has made so many victories possible, and only because she received that weapon from my profane hands, and the entire affair must therefore be profane also? What real reasons do you have, save those born of your envy, your capriciousness, and your suspicions?
My reasons are quite real, as you well know. That is why you appeared here in such haste, is it not? You have woven a delicate lace of half-truths, Nocticula. From you and your servant, the Knight Commander has learned that she is bound to the world wound, that she is slowly dying because of its influence, and that she is yet capable of closing it. But you withheld a crucial piece of information. You never told her that closing the wound won't save her from death. For this lock will destroy the key to which it is bound. The one who closes the world wound will die along with it.
That is true. I tried to tell you back in Illusionera, but I was not allowed to. It is an unavoidable consequence of this process. To stitch two planes together as I have stitched Golarion and the Abyss, the soul of a mortal must be woven with the essence of the Abyss. To undo this seam, the original soul, the key, must be ripped apart. No one could survive such a process.
In other words, I'll die if I don't close the wound, and I'll die if I do close it. Nocticula, were you trying to hide this from me?
Trying, you say? I successfully hid the truth from you for as long as I deemed necessary. Are you expecting me to explain myself? My goal is to close the world wound, not to grant you a happily ever after.
Well, now I'm finally starting to understand the rules of this game.
Yes. The power that Nahindrian crystals grant you will bring about nothing but your own demise. The branches of the Tree of Sin are vast and verdant, but its only fruit is death. You will not be able to save yourself unless you reject everything that has been foisted upon you. Now you know everything.
You make an assumption. You've made several assumptions there. Several erroneous assumptions.
No, we're not quite finished with the revelations yet. Few secrets remain to be revealed, but they will be worth the wait. Does this look familiar? Do you remember the similar wound above your own heart? I have given you enough hints. Come on, ask me the question I have been waiting for.
With a flick of the witch's wrist, something changes in her, as if a veil has fallen, one so thin and it was almost invisible, but which clouded your vision nonetheless. Now you can see what was hidden. A deep wound open above Arilu's heart. She has the exact same wound we do. I received my wound because of you. Arilu implanted essence of the abyss into my soul when you expanded the world wound. The question is, why do you have a similar wound? Could it be that you used your own soul as a key when you first opened the world wound?
That's right. And this means that the world wound actually has 2 keys.
Good question. Just imagine. I have wasted so much time chasing the key to the world wound, and the key was right under my nose this whole time. Arilu, my love, come over here.
Poof, she's gone. Arilu does not look like someone who has been cornered. Without a trace of fear, she gives a faint nod, and then a barely discernible gesture with her hand and disappears as if she were never there.
Wait, I said wait! That little bitch. I knew she would betray me sooner or later, but I never expected such an idiotic stunt. But everything seems to be falling into place quite nicely. You see, you don't have to die after all. Arilu opened the world wound, and Arilu will be the one who closes it, whether she likes it or not. Although, someone will need to catch her first, and this will require certain powers.
Yes, Arilu Vorlesh will pay for her crimes with her life. Her flight confirms that our suppositions were correct. But now we know that the world wound can be sealed with her blood. You have no reasons to remain indebted to the Abyss and indulge the Queen of the Succubi. Reject her gift, and secure your victory while being the person you were before Arilu Vorlesh corrupted you. Win as a mortal, and become a legend among mortals.
You make erroneous assumptions, Inheritor. 1. I did not accept Nocticula's gift. I rejected it. 2. I don't need to throw off the power or the existence of a gold dragon to win. All I have to do is find and capture Arilu Vorlesh and use her to close the world wound. That is entirely possible and doable. 3. You have jumped to the assumption that I am under some kind of control of the Abyss. I've never been under its control. Nocticula may have tried to play me, and you were actually quite helpful in clarifying, making it so that she no longer has any branches over my head. And that is quite helpful. But you also are blinded by your own radiance, Your Majesty. Your own arrogance. Which you may have gotten from your predecessor. Or Tailwag. Exactly. Exactly, Lavos.
She's talking rubbish. True, we gave you the power, but it was you who chose how to wield it. It belongs to you, and it will remain yours, so you can do whatever you want with it. But first, you must use it to close the world wound. You aren't going to catch this world's most powerful witch, and a half-demon one at that, with your bare hands, are you?
Both the goddess and the demon stare at you expectantly. I've made my decision.
I am waiting for your answer. I hope you will choose wisely.
I don't answer to you.
Quite right. Make your choice, and make it the right one.
I don't answer to you either. Three choices. You can go on being an Izada. You can become an ordinary mortal. But instead of having a level cap of 20, like everybody else, you can have a level cap of 40. And multi-class to your heart's fucking content. You can max out 4 classes to 10, or 2 classes to 20, or some mixture of the two, all you want. We go with the Lavos option. Again, I've been hinting at this the entire game. If you thought I wasn't going to go this way, you are sorely mistaken. It's party horn, Lavos says. Fish. Thank you. All right, let's see. Armor focus, heavy armor. We can go assault. Whenever you hit a target with a melee attack, you deal an additional slashing damage because of your claws. Avoidance, increased AC from your dex bonus. While wearing heavy armor, you... If... Honestly, I'm going with the extra DC plus your armor's AC to your melee attack because of claw slashing bonus. We have 6 different kinds of dragon breath. Okay. Disrupts the undead. Damage increased by dice equal to your mythic rank. Dispels all mind-affecting effects from enemies and allies in the area. Add twice your mythic rank instead of your mythic rank to the saving throw DC on your breath to prevent them from saving on it. Enemies that fail their saving throw against your breath attack catch fire, taking breath damage. Okay, so it has a added damage effect over time. Enemies struck by your breath take penalty to save DC of all spells. I'm just gonna go empowered. Dragon breath burn. And now both sides will hate me. I thank you both for your wise advice. Take a closer look at me, and you'll understand I don't need it. I just pissed both of them off. Fuck y'all.
Oh, my Shaylin. I see the embodiment of beauty, living goodness. I pray that you give me the talent to depict it.
Social's on board.
What is that? Where did it come from?
So, this is the path you have chosen? Well, I accept your choice with respect. It will not be easy for you, Guardian of Mortals. Do not expect any gratitude from those you save. and your loved ones will have to pay for every one of your failures. But if you can handle the burden that you have just taken on, then perhaps one day you will understand how I feel. And then we will meet again. And now I bid you farewell.
Don't let the fucking door hit you on the way out, bitch. I don't like Iomide very much. She has such a narrow view of everything. Give her a good clap on the butt on the way out with dragon paws? Yeah, essentially. We've retaken the city of Dresden. And we are now in Act 5. The city needs some rebuilding. It's a bit scarred, and it's been 6 months. But we're still in this. And our buddy Lasiax is still here. I'm just gonna call him Hal. Oh no! Look at what happened. I'm small again. There's almost no magic left in me because it was all coming from you. I'm sorry, baby girl. But of course, I'm not angry with you for giving up your Azada power. And the others aren't angry either. Even if they can no longer be free crusaders, our island no longer flies. No more magical things will happen there. It's sad, but I have to go back to Elysium now, but we'll stay friends, won't we? Of course, Avu. We'll remain friends forever. Someday we'll be a real dragon family. Of course, I just need to grow a little bigger. 100 years, maybe 200, and I'll fly back to you. Or maybe you'll fly to me. And we'll fly around together and do all sorts of exciting things. I miss you so much. I would stay, but without your power, I'm a regular little dragon again. The first demon we meet would gobble me up in one bite. But we'll meet again. Bye. See you. I'll see you again someday. Commander, we won. We did it. The demons folded and fled. All hail the great gold dragon. All hail the great gold dragon. Apologies, Commander, it's probably awkward for you to listen to all this, but you really are something extraordinary. Your power is frightening, but your goodness and wisdom are awe-inspiring. What's with all the excitement? I'm just doing what I can. Sure, but when you can turn into an awesome dragon, but it's more than just that. When I saw the demons leaving one after the other without hurting nobody, I wondered if this is how things could always be. If they all just took themselves back to the Abyss without harming any of our side, nobody would be sad to see the back of this war. We're all tired of burying our brothers and sisters in arms. You didn't go on the offensive against the enemy, Commander. You saved the city and defended your people without attacking. This is an extraordinary achievement. Everything's going to be fine. Dresden is safe, and I'm going to make sure it stays that way. What are we gonna do? We're gonna look after the city too, that's what. Don't go thinking you're alone in this. We ain't gonna kick back and relax just because you can make miracles happen. She's right. You set the example for us. Protect what matters most at any cost. That is the only way to become stronger. You are two lesbians. It is this truth that is closest to my heart. An entire army of demons enhanced by hindering crystals are being set here. It's being led by a demon named Metasophant. Do you know anything about it? Scouts reported movements of a large demon army southwest of Dresden. They were marching across a dried-out lake. Used to be a Sarkorian holy place, I heard. But where they went, nobody knows. They're not headed for us, that's for sure. As you just heard, I have to catch Yurilu. Any idea where we should look for her? Not especially. She's been roaming the Abyss all this time, and now that avenue's closed to her. Nocticula and the other demon lords are slavering for a piece of her. I think she's someplace around here in the wound. Someplace nasty like Eyes, or maybe she went as far as Threshold. What's the situation at the front? Unknown. Her Majesty mustered all the troops that she could, raised the Sword of Valor, and advanced on the demons. There's been no word since she left. Perhaps she's boldly taking Eyes right now. Maybe her bones have already been picked clean by demons. We don't know. And I doubt anybody but you will be able to find out. And that's not all. Baphomet's minions keep taking swipes at us. The scumbags are holed up somewhere. The Ivory Labyrinth, I bet. And they keep opening portals in different spots, dropping off a dozen units, then closing the portal before we can get to them. We lost more scouts than I care to admit, before we figured out how they're pulling off this little trick. So here's what I'm thinking. Maybe you could get to one of those portals in time? You could be ready for them somehow? So when one opens, get inside, crack some skulls, maybe even find that poor Herald in there. If he's alive, you could free him. Thank you for the report. I'll be setting off without delay. Commander, go forth boldly and have no fear. Just make sure you don't get carried away out there. People have already heard stories of you making fools of demons. Folks are gonna come here for sure. So, come back as soon as, and together we'll march an army in the final battle. That is, if they don't change their minds after hearing your speeches. Good deeds lie ahead, Commander. Everyone must pick a side. People are tired of war, but they still believe in good, and they are drawn to you. You'll see. All right. Ad break. Twitch wants to do an ad break. Be right back, 3 minutes. All right. So, we've now gotten through the end of Act 4, and we're right at the beginning of Act 5. Which was my goal for today. Now, I'm going to need to stop and get some dinner. I need to do some self-care, and as you know, we're very big on self-care here. So, I think what we will do is visit another one of my trans friends. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. Next time we come here, we're going to have the adventures of Veshka the Dragon. We have some things we need to wrap up. And we're going to need to take the Threshold Fortress and Eyes to resolve this entire sordid affair. But that's not going to be as simple as marching there. We got a lot of things to do. We have an entire Act 5 in front of us. Because this game has 5 acts. We've just started the 5th act, which means we're in the conclusion. Next time. For now, then you don't know my trans friends. Make sure to take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Take care of the planet. And I'll see you next time. I'm going to be back tomorrow with Cat and Bows while we play Cult of the Lamb. And then tomorrow evening, well, the newest episode, Blood of the Triad 2099, airs. See you then.